we expect to happen, and really what's happening to us as a country and where we stand?
Well, I think what we're seeing is that there are a lot of people who they're splitting their ballots. They are voting on issues that are important to them. But we see over and over again from every poll how frustrated in general the public is with their lack of choices with just a Republican or a Democrat. And certainly these elections have been as nasty. The ads have told you nothing about really who the candidates are or what they're going to do once they get in office. And I believe the public's getting really sick and tired of that, which is why I'm part of the effort to start it's a movement now, but we are going to get on the ballot and be a party called forward.com, to just give people a third choice in these elections and enforce the candidates, if we change the system by supporting open primaries and ranked choice voting, to support the candidates to talk to everybody, not just their base. I mean, this is all about obviously getting out the vote in your base, but what it leads to is politicians who don't want to solve the problems because they can use those issues to excite their base to get them out to vote. And that's what they want to do. But we deserve better as the American people.
You've started this Forward Party this last summer with Andrew Yang, who ran for mayor of New York, also ran for president, and a former congressman as well, a third person from Florida.
David Colley.
Yes, David Colley. Do you not consider yourself a Republican anymore?
Well, I've still registered as a Republican because Forward's not on the ballot yet, but I will change my registration to Forward when I have the chance, because the way the party, first of all, I don't think there is a Republican Party in the traditional sense anymore, because to do that, you have to have a central core definition of what you stand for, where you are on the major approaches to government, if not some of the issues, not every issue. You don't have to be firm on every issue. But we don't have that. The Republicans didn't do that in 2020 when they had an opportunity at the convention to draft a platform. They didn't do it. So what they're saying is that whatever Donald Trump says is important, that's what's important to us today. It may be different tomorrow, and that's the way we are. So that's not a party.
Last night, on election eve, the former president, Mr. Trump, had a rally. And he said, I'm not going to take over the spotlight here at a rally. And then he said he's going to make an announcement, a big announcement from Mar-a-Lago on November the 15th. A poll that he cited says that 71% of the Republicans want him to be the presidential nominee of that party. How will your party deal with that? Will you be taking votes away from him, or would you be taking some votes away from the man who says that the Democrat he's going to run, perhaps he likely will run, that's President Biden?
I don't know that we will even be a player in the presidential election. Look, there are 500,000 elective offices across this country, and fully 70% of them are uncontested. That's just wrong. Everybody should have a choice. And we are going to, in this election cycle, we supported Democrats, Republicans, and independents as long as they believed in our basic principles, which are respect for the rule of law, support of the Constitution, thriving communities, economic opportunities for all, security at home and abroad, and a willingness to change the electoral system so that we can get different outcomes than what we're getting today. And that means ranked choice supporting ranked choice voting and open primaries. We do not want to be spoilers. And where there is a race where there's someone who is a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent who believes in our principles, we'll stay out of it and support them.
We just want to give the breaking news, and no surprise here, of course. The call has been out. We have now called for the victory in Florida of Governor Ron DeSantis, who is the current governor. He's now beaten his opposition. Let me ask you this. When you hear that kind of news, the governor of Florida, who is perhaps a rival of President Trump's, President Trump today was asked, would he appoint Mr. DeSantis, would he ask Mr. DeSantis to be his running mate? He said, no, I'm not going to tell you who that is. But there are some people who are saying that might happen. What would that mean for your party, your new party, the Forward Party? What would it mean for Republicans?
You mean the man who was created by God on the seventh day, Ron DeSantis? I don't think that's going to change anything, frankly. We're talking seriously about people that care about our democracy and the rule of law. And if you have candidates who don't support are still election deniers, as Ron DeSantis is, he continues to say that the 2020 election was stolen. Those are people who don't believe in our electoral system. And we've got one of the best in the world. Are there glitches? Of course, we're human. but nothing that's ever happened that would show that you would overturn the results of an election.
You gave a presentation at Axios Forum last week, and you said something very interesting that I saw on that, and it said that part of me hopes the crazies do win, and I assume you meant of your former party, Republicans. What did you mean by that? And do you really believe that, or is there part of you that hopes that, quote unquote, what you call crazies win?
Well, as I said, the rest of that sentence was,
yes.
But then just so they'd learn what it's like under what they think they're getting, because they won't get what they think they're getting. They will see a very, very different country. And I think our democracy is really in danger. And I also said, but then a nanosecond later, no, I don't want that to happen, because I don't want to live under that kind of a government. And I don't want my grandchildren to have to, or my children.
But so many of those people you were talking about had already lived under some of that, which can be head spinning and give you.
Yeah, but that's different than what we're talking about here. Because what we're talking about here, you've got elections across this country, and they look like they're going to turn out in a way that I think is very dangerous, which means we're electing governors, secretaries of states, and states attorneys general who oversee, who have a great deal of influence on how elections turn out, who don't believe in our electoral system. They don't believe the 2020 election was free or fair. You've got a gubernatorial candidate in Wisconsin who said if he wins, the Republicans will never lose another election, because that means they're fixing things in a way to make sure that people who don't agree with them just don't count anymore.
And these were, in fact, election deniers, to be sure.
Right.
I have a question for you, and then I'll let you go. And I appreciate you taking time tonight, Governor. George Pataki, a moderate Republican like you were. And I assume you thought he was a decent guy and liked him. Listen, he's the governor of New York for 12 years. He said over the summer, and I don't want to get into the weeds about each race because I know you don't want to do that, but he said over the summer, anyone who is going to let Donald Trump ride on the back of his candidacy, your candidacy, anybody's candidacy, will not win. And yet here he did, in fact, endorse one of the candidates for governor of New York. Is it a contradiction, or sometimes party just takes over?
Well, clearly party takes over, and party loyalty and other factors. I mean, he could have real, and I'm sure he does. I know him well enough to know that he thinks through these things very carefully, and he has real reasons as to why he would endorse any particular candidate. And they will be based on policy and what he believes to be the right person for the job.
Christy Todd Whitman, thank you. Good luck with your third party called the Forward Party. It's starting to get off the ground sometime after this race. Keep in touch, and I appreciate your insight, Governor.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Good to see you. Thank you. Before we move on to the race for New York governor, we want to take another look at the national picture right now. This is the latest Senate results. According to ABC News, you see a number of early states turning red. No real surprise there. All of the states were supposed to go to the Republicans, these states. Now, the close race for New York governor. Let's dig deeper. The polls still open for about an hour left, a little less, 45 minutes, 46 minutes here in New York. Kathy Hochul looking to make history by becoming the first woman to be elected governor of this state. But her opponent, Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, has tapped into voter fears about violent crime and making it a very competitive race. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon live in Midtown Manhattan with a closer look at this race for governor. Sonia.
Bill, it is those concerns about crime and fears that have helped with Lee Zeldin's momentum. Governor Hochul has pushed back, saying on her watch there has been a decline in violent crime by 15%. We're talking about shootings and homicides, but other types of crimes have gone up in the last couple of years. There were like auto theft, and there were those high-profile subway shovings and stabbings. These have stubbornly remained high since the numbers started ticking up in 2020 with the pandemic. They are also far more visible. All of this has helped Zeldin resonate with voters unsatisfied with the status quo when it comes to public safety and the economy. Months ago, Zeldin's chances seemed so much slimmer since a majority of New Yorkers do overwhelmingly support abortion rights for women and did not support former President Trump, and not only accepted but welcomed Joe Biden's election in 2020. Zeldin would not certify that election as a member of Congress. That could certainly still hurt him, but he has had an incredible amount of energy on his side with turnouts at his rallies, saying New York State needs to be saved. And yesterday, Governor Hochul accused him of hyperventilating about crime. Here's how he responded today.
You know, and Kathy Hochul, she wants us to look away. There's nothing to see here. This is all just a perception. We've been down this road before. We were down this path in the 1980s when elected officials were trying to lecture to us that it was all just perception.
When he had a chance to stand up and call out the insurrectionists, what did he do that day? He went and blamed the Democrats and voted against certifying Joe Biden as our president. That's how you subvert democracy.
Now, Zeldin's headquarters are here in the city, not Long Island, and it's city voter turnout that he will be watching so closely. He says he needs to get at least 30% of the city vote or he will not win. He is hoping for 35%, which he says is a guaranteed win. So both candidates are looking to the city for turnout. Governor Hochul has been campaigning hard in the city the last couple of weeks, and both are in the city tonight hoping to declare victory. Live in Midtown, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Sonia, we will keep going back to you throughout the night. Keep us posted. A little more now on the governor's race in New York. Listen to what former Governor George Pataki, I talked to him with just now a few minutes ago, talking about him, the last Republican elected governor here in New York. Listen to what he had to say about this.
This is an exciting night, and there hasn't been an exciting gubernatorial race in New York State since my last race, and that's almost 20 years ago. So this is very exciting to me. I feel like a Jets fan right before the Buffalo Bills kickoff, and nobody expects you to win, but you've been playing well and you have great hopes that you can pull off an upstate. And that's how I feel about Lee Zeldin. I think there's a tremendous chance he can pull off an upset. He's run a tremendous campaign. Crime is the issue, and it cuts across partisan lines. He needs 1.5 million Democrats to come vote for him. With crime as the issue, with the mentally ill harassing people on the streets, with the economy and inflation going through the roof, I think it is a unique opportunity, and Congressman Zeldin is on a very good race.
Joining us to talk about everything, Chris Quinn, Executive Vice Chair of the New York State Democratic Party, and Ed Cox, former Chairman of the New York State Republican Party and President Nixon's son-in-law. So he knows something about elections, to be sure. Ed and Christine, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
Of course.
Ed, let me start with you, because we just heard Governor Pataki talk about this. And the governor said very strongly over the summer that no Republican can ride with Donald Trump's support on his back or her back and expect to win. And yet, here he was in the last couple of weeks endorsing Lee Zeldin.
Governor has not lost a step. He's right on. And he was right during the summer. The polls showed problems with women in the suburbs, but nationally that corrected itself, moved 30 points towards the Republican side. And here in New York, even more so, because we focused on it with our independent expenditure pact.
But Ed, he said that, and people like you said bravo, and yet he endorsed Lee Zeldin. And Lee Zeldin obviously did not want Donald Trump coming here. He didn't. I don't think they asked him to come here. They probably decided they don't want him here. But he's made no mistake, made no secret in the past that he was friends with him, and he certainly did support him.
Well, they did a fundraiser. Trump did a fundraiser for him in September. So he hasn't avoided him, but it's true. I think there are other places where it's better for a former president to campaign.
Okay. Christine Quinn, love to get your take on this and what you think of this race. And remember, the polls have not closed, so we're not going to talk about any kind of information that might sway one person or one way or the other about going to vote tonight.
Well, look, everyone should vote. Whoever you're voting for, you should go vote. It's the most important right that you have, and you should exercise.
Right.
Now, I think in your conversation just now with Ed, the truth is that Lee Zeldin is very tied to Donald Trump, whether it was the fundraiser in September, whether it was not supporting the results of the election 2 years ago, whether it was standing with the January 6th protesters and Capitol violators. All of that is about Donald Trump and MAGA. And I think that affiliation, among other reasons, is why at the end of tonight, and it's going to be closer than I would have liked, let me be honest about that, I do think Kathy Hochul will, by a small margin, be reelected governor of the state of New York, or elected, I should say, governor of the state of New York.
Let's take a look at a broader perspective, Ed. What's going to happen in the balance of power in Congress, both the Senate and the House?
Look, this is a big red wave. I remember 94. Governor Pataki's right. This is like 94. I think we take at least 30 seats. That will give the Republicans between 240 and 250 seats, probably closer to 250 seats. That'll be a record. At least 52 seats in the Senate. Maybe more than that. So nationally, it is a big red wave, and it's hitting New York here too. So that's why I would say Zeldin and by a whisker, and we would also take, because we have more competitive seats because of what happened in the redistricting process than any other major state, that we can take between 9 and 12 congressional seats just here in New York.
So let's assume. Go ahead, Christine.
As Ed well knows, and most people well know, the midterm election, almost always swings towards the party that doesn't have the presidency. So if the Republicans do well tonight, that's not a surprise. That is almost a given in how elections work. That said, though, us Democrats, we have already picked up a governor's mansion in Maryland. That was the person who was term limited out. The governor was a Republican. Now Wes Moore, who we know well in New York from his work with Robin Hood, is a Democrat.
Not hard in Maryland, Christine, although Hogan did a good job. He wasn't followed by a person like Governor Hogan, who was a Republican. But
it's a pickup nonetheless. It's a switch from an R to a D. A win's a win.
But it's a governor's race, and I would like to talk about the balance of power here, because it's important. There's no question about that. But let's talk about what's happening in Washington. And don't forget, in Obama's first 2 years, he lost 63 seats. Clinton's first 2 years, he lost 54 seats. And a guy named Newt Gingrich came and had a contract with America and changed the way Washington worked. There's no question about it. Chris, I would like to ask you, and I'll go back to Ed for the final answer. Tell us about what you think might happen if, in fact, Congress goes in the Republican aisle, and no matter what happens in the Senate, it's going to be very tight. But let's talk about Congress first.
I think honestly, whether the House goes Republican or stays Democratic, the problem in Washington will continue to be that people aren't willing to work together and aren't willing to compromise. And that, I think Ed would agree, is the biggest problem we have right now in Washington, and why voters, whether they're going to vote Democrat or Republican, are really, fed up.
Ed,
who was the most sorry.
We have about 30 seconds left, Ed. You have the last word.
Let me take a big leap here. I think this will establish the Republican Party as the majority party in the country for the next 30 years. And once that works out, everything comes together. And I think we will find ways to compromise if you have one majority party, as we had from the Civil War until the 20s, and there's Republicans, 20s to the 1930s. It was, or after 1930s, it was the Democrats. Hereafter, it'll be Republicans.
Ed Cox,
shockingly, I disagree.
No shock. Ed Cox, Christine Quinn, thank you for disagreeing and doing it without vitriol. We appreciate it. We'll see you as the night progresses. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break so our television audience watching ABC News coverage on Channel 7 can join us. We'll be right back.
Witness News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Bill Ritter.
And I'm Sade Better. While polls in New York close at 9 o'clock, they have already closed in Connecticut and New Jersey. Take a look at some of the early results. New Jersey's 7th congressional district is one of the most closely watched House races in the country. Democratic incumbent Tom Malinowski facing off against Republican Thomas Kean Jr. New Jersey reporter Anthony Johnson is live in Garwood, New Jersey with more. Anthony?
Yeah, Sade, they're starting to get some of the early results coming in now. And of course, everybody here is paying close attention to those results as they stand right now with about 6% of the vote being counted so far. Tom Malinowski does have the lead. But we do want to take you over and show you some video coming from the Tom Kean headquarters over in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. That's where he's going to go ahead and gather this evening. We're still waiting for that candidate to come into the room, and we're waiting for the same thing here to hear from Mr. Tom Malinowski to see exactly how he's feeling at this hour. Of course, the polls closed here in New Jersey at 8 o'clock. This is going to be a very tight race. Everybody always had talked about that and anticipated that this would be a close race, mainly because these two opponents met just 2 years ago. And at that point in time, Mr. Malinowski won by 5,300 votes. But the district has been redrawn to go ahead and now have more Republican voters in the 7th district. That's the latest live. Now back to you.
And Anthony, thank you for that. Polls also closed in Connecticut at the top of the hour. In the race for governor, Democratic incumbent Ned Lamont's facing Republican challenger Bob Stefanowski.
And in the Senate race, Democratic incumbent Richard Blumenthal has been declared the winner.
Let's check in now on the race for New York governor.
And Jay Burkett is live with Governor Hochul's campaign in Lower Manhattan. And Jay?
Right on the Lower East Side, Governor Hochul will watch the election returns and wait. If the evening goes her way, she will deliver a victory speech here. But she also needs to be prepared for another outcome. You know, this race has been unpredictable since September. The governor has seen her lead narrow in recent weeks after she was questioned repeatedly about rising rates of violent crime, specifically in the New York City subway. She eventually turned that attack around.
It's real easy to get out there and stand on a street corner and scream about crime. But when you oppose every single sensible gun safety piece of legislation that we have put forward here in the state, but also when you get a chance to stand up in Congress for the first meaningful gun safety legislation, bipartisan, other Republicans voted for this, he could not even do that.
But did she answer those attacks fast enough? That could tell the story of this campaign. We're live on the Lower East Side, and Jay Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Thanks, NJ. Now to Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon live with the Zeldin campaign in Midtown. Sonia?
It is Lee Zeldin's focus on crime that has made this race so close. Zeldin is expected to get strong support on Long Island and all of the reliably red pockets of New York State, but he is relying on his supporters here in the city to help make the difference. Here's what he said about that.
If we get less than 30% of the vote in New York City, we just don't see how we can win the race. If we get 35% or more inside New York City, it becomes very difficult to impossible to lose the race.
And Zeldin once again pointed to George Pataki's ability to get that support exactly 28 years ago today. He said he thinks he can do that again, that New York has done this before. This morning, he also repeated something we heard him say last night, that his first call will be to Mayor Adams to offer help. Live in Midtown, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Sonia, thank you. And a reminder, polls in New York close in just over a half hour from now.
Let's take a look at some of the other horse races and House races in New Jersey. In the 3rd district, Democratic incumbent Andy Kim facing Republican challenger Bob Healey.
In New Jersey's 5th district, incumbent Democratic Congressman Josh Geitheimer faces Republican Frank Pelota.
And in the 6th district, longtime Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone Jr. running against Republican Susan Kiley.
In New Jersey's 8th district, Democrat Robert Menendez, the son of U.S. Senator Bob Menendez, is running for the seat left vacant by the retirement of Albio Ceres. He faces Republican Marcos Arroyo.
And in New Jersey's 9th district, Democratic Congressman Bill Pascrell facing Republican Billy Premph.
And in New Jersey's 11th district, Democrat Mikey Sherrill, running for re-election, is facing Republican Paul DeGroot.
Stay with us throughout the evening as results come in. ABC News Live election coverage continues right here on Channel 7. We'll continue our local election coverage on our streaming platforms. So I was going to bail out on that if I...
News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening once again, everyone. I'm Bill Ritter. Thank you for joining us once again here on ABC 7 New York. We're talking a lot about the balance of power tonight. And right now, Democrats, as you know, hold a slight edge in the House of Representatives with 8 more congressional reps than Republicans. The divide in the Senate isn't even split. 50-50. Vice President Harris breaking any tie votes. That could all change tonight. Eyewitness News anchor Sandra Bookman in the newsroom with the races to watch here. Sandra?
Yeah, look, Bill, every race is important, and no one really knows what's going to happen on election night. But there are several key races that could decide what happens in Congress. Right now, many pundits are favoring Republicans to win control of the House. In the Senate, there are 5 key races experts are closely watching. First, Georgia. Incumbent Raphael Warnock right now leading over Herschel Walker. The vote count 53% to 46%. That, though, with just 41% of the expected votes reported. In Arizona, Democrat Mark Kelly is up against Republican Blake Masters in this traditional battleground state. In Wisconsin, which President Biden narrowly won in 2020, Democrat Mandela Barnes is in a tight race with Republican Ron Johnson. In Pennsylvania, Democrat John Fetterman neck and neck with TV doctor Mehmet Oz, who is running as a Republican. Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto is fighting to hold on to her seat in a battle with Republican Adam Laxalt. And leading members of both parties already predicting victory.
Our lifetimes are going to be shaped by what happens the next year to 3 years. It's going to shape what the next couple decades look like.
You're going to vote for an incredible slate of true American first Republicans up and down the ballot.
When we fight, we win.
Now, it is important to note we likely will not get the final results of most of those close Senate races tonight. Georgia polls closed at 7. Counting is generally pretty quick, but a candidate has to get 50% of the vote there, or the race heads to a runoff. In Pennsylvania, they just closed at 8, and officials there expect it is going to be a few days before they have even unofficial results. Both Pennsylvania and Nevada allow several days for officials to receive and finalize ballot counts. Get ready for a long night. Bill?
I got my coffee here, Sandra. You should have it too. One of those key races that could determine the balance of power, New York's 11th district, which covers Staten Island and parts of Brooklyn. Nicole Malliotakis is the only Republican in New York City's congressional delegation, and she's running against former Congressman Max Rose, a man she unseated, I should say, 2 years ago. Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang live in Rosebank with more on this particular race. A lot of eyes on this one, Lucy.
Well, Bill, this is a very big night for the 11th congressional district. This is the only House seat in New York City that is currently held by a Republican. The incumbent is Nicole Malliotakis. She is a one-term congresswoman who wants to go back to Washington, D.C. for a second. She is the daughter of immigrants and has run on a conservative platform that she believes lines up with the hearts of voters here on Staten Island and in the southern tip of Brooklyn. Her challenger is Democrat Max Rose, who served in the Army. The two are no strangers to each other. During the last election, Rose was the incumbent. Malliotakis took him on and beat him. This time, Malliotakis is the incumbent, and Rose is hoping to pay her back.
I represent the party that is serious about restoring public safety to our city, getting energy prices under control by increasing production, making sure we get inflation under control by controlling the unsustainable spending that you're seeing coming out of Washington.
This is about our children. It's about building the country we know is possible and building the city we know is possible.
Now, both candidates talked about crime during this campaign because that's the elephant no one can ignore here. But whose position resonated with the voters, that we will find out tonight. We're live on Staten Island. I'm Lucy Yang for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Could be a long night for you as well, Lucy. Thank you very much. Joining us now, Esther Fuchs, Professor of Public Affairs and Political Science at Columbia University. Professor, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us on Eyewitness News. Appreciate it.
Nice to see you, too.
So tell us what you think about all this, what's happening so far, any surprises, and what do you anticipate might happen?
Anticipating is really difficult. Political scientists who predict are not very smart, frankly. But we do know something about midterm elections, which is the party running the White House tends to lose. And, because of the Roe v. Wade overturned decision by the Supreme Court, a lot of people thought there would be a surge of women, moderate voters, and would probably give an edge to the Democrats. But in fact, what surged is the issue of the economy and the issue of crime, and these are the two most salient or typical issues that you find in midterm elections. And here we have it in New York as well as the rest of the country. The Republicans have been very effective in attacking Democrats on those two issues. I'm not saying that that's a factual attack, but it's in the messaging, and the messaging is really important in elections.
The last two Democratic presidents lost. Mr. Obama in 2010 lost 63 House members that were Democrat. Mr. Obama, almost 30 years ago, 28 years ago, lost 54. Did I say Mr. Obama? Mr. Clinton, Bill Clinton, in 1994, lost 54 Democratic delegates to the House, and gave birth to a different trend with the contract with America and one House Speaker Newt Gingrich. What can happen? What's going to happen now with these next 2 years? Because Mr. Biden is still going to be the president of the United States. How's it going to work with such a divided Congress?
It's going to be very difficult for Joe Biden, as it was for the previous presidents who lost their dominant party in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. George Bush also lost a huge amount of representatives in his midterm election as well. So that's sort of the rule of thumb. But this is different this time because the House Republicans are already saying if they regain the leadership, they're going to start hearings and impeachment proceedings, but hearings against Joe Biden's son, a basic distraction from the issues really important issues that we have to focus on as a nation. Republicans really have decided that dividing the electorate is the way to go, not having us figure out what we have in common and then trying to move the needle through compromise. And they also made it clear that they may try and pass a national anti-abortion rights bill to just supplement what the Supreme Court has already decided. So, and the rest of Joe Biden's agenda, I think, will be deeply in trouble. He will not be able to get anything through Congress dominated by Republicans.
And he got a lot of things through Congress so far in these first 2 years. There's no question about that. If there had been less division, he might have gotten even more things through. What you're suggesting, though, is that we're going to be in this sort of, to your corners with your gloves on and fight it out, rather than having, what a lot of people wanted. We had Christy Whitman on earlier. We've talked to former Governor Pataki. They want some sort of, civil discussion and real debate about the problems that are facing this country, because there are many, and the problems don't get solved when you just have vitriol.
I'm afraid that Christy Todd Whitman and her colleague are not the common Republicans anymore. The Republican Party has been taken over by its furthest right wing and by the Trumpists. You can see from all of the nominees up and down the line. And these are election deniers, which is really a problem for our democracy moving forward. The sanctity of the election process is essential to everybody accepting the outcome of elections and the peaceful transition of power. Without that, you can't have a democracy. And Republicans have basically denied the outcome of the presidential election, and it's just increasing. This is really so dysfunctional for our country. And at the same time, if you look at the advertising campaign,
it was amazing. It was really amazing and surprising. Professor Esther Fuchs, Professor of Political Affairs and Political Science at Columbia University, and I should say also a special advisor to former Mayor Bloomberg in the early years. Thank you for joining us.
A Republican when he ran, but not anymore.
No, not anymore. It's true. Thank you, Esther. Appreciate it. Another tight race that we're watching tonight, a very tight House race in the 7th District in the Hudson Valley. Democrat Sean Patrick Maloney, who is in charge of protecting the House Democrats' majority, at risk now of losing his own seat. Congressman Maloney facing Republican Assemblyman Mike Lawler, who has benefited from his party's financial backing to the tune of $6 million, $4 million of that coming in the final weeks of this race. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis live in the Rockland County hamlet of Pearl River with that part of our coverage. Marcus.
And Bill, here at Rockland County Republican headquarters, they are hoping for a big night, hoping that Mike Lawler, currently the assemblyman, can unseat the incumbent Sean Patrick Maloney, a race that certainly has implications in the balance of power in Congress, but also national implications because of Sean Patrick Maloney's role with the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Now, this is a district that has been solidly Democratic. However, it is essentially a new district. The boundaries have been redrawn, and Sean Patrick Maloney campaigning in areas where he had never been before. Now, he has positioned himself as, quote, mainstream Mike, and has positioned his opponent, Assemblyman Lawler, as an extremist, calling him, quote, MAGA Mike. However, Lawler has gotten an infusion of cash into his campaign from the National Republican Super PAC. He has campaigned hard on issues of the economy and crime, and both candidates were optimistic after casting their ballots this morning.
Any jackass can kick over a barn. It takes a carpenter to build one. And you want to vote for the carpenters. You want to vote for the people who are building something. And if you don't like our plans, then vote for somebody who's got a plan of their own. But right now, my opponent doesn't have any plan.
Folks are ready for change. One-party rule in Washington, Albany, and New York City has created a mess in our country.
Now, Sean Patrick Maloney is the chairman of that Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, in charge of really getting Democrats elected and reelected. It is usually a position that is held by someone who is viewed as safe, that their seat is safe. However, this race is certainly tight, and Mike Lawler looking to make history tonight, as no current chair has been defeated on election night in 40 years. We're live in Pearl River. Marcus Solis, Channel 7. Eyewitness News.
Interesting stat there, Marcus. All right, keep us posted, please. We want to call in our political consultant, Hank Scheinkoff, who has seen his share of big elections and has run them and studies them and has clients in them. Hank, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your insight.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, so what's your gut feeling so far, what you've seen? And remember, the New York polls are still open, so we're not giving any kind of indication in that race yet.
The Republicans are going to have a very big night. It's just the combination of chaos, crime, the sense that things are out of order, disorder overall, tends to benefit the party that's not in power. And you look at, maybe not so much in New Jersey, but certainly in New York, we're going to see some convulsions. Around the country, we've already got some results in. There's some good news, there'll be some bad news, but it's likely the Republicans will take both the House and the Senate in Washington.
And so if that happens, what happens to the presidency of Joe Biden?
It's going to be hard for him to recover, very hard. Even though, if you look at the record, he's really helped the country a good deal, recreated NATO, strengthened us, inflation's down, unemployment is down. It's not going to work out well. And that will put the Democratic Party, frankly, into some kind of convulsion. They're going to have to figure it out, redefine themselves for the new moment.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. I want to raise so many issues with just what you've talked about. Let me start with the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Sure. And I know that some of them are reevaluating how they handle those first year or two of their, after 2018, after they took over some of the seats in the House of Representatives, representing the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. How much did they do harm to the Democrats' procedure, Mr. Biden's platform, starting 2 years ago?
They created major problems for everyone. Why? The Democratic Party, as we know it today, is quite fractious. It's a coalition that doesn't necessarily work. the leadership is concerned with defending anyone, because that coalition could, and its fractious nature, could just fall apart. What the progressives did by going after cops, going out unnecessarily, by creating this tension within the chamber, by taking on the older leadership, well, it might have looked good, but it created more chaos. The end result, to some extent, they bear responsibility for the democratic disaster that we're going to witness from coast to coast.
Hank, this last week I interviewed AOC, one of the leaders of that progressive part of the Democratic Party, and I asked her what she had learned, and she said that, you know, she has learned to sort of step back and not be in the spotlight as much. And she seemed to have mellowed a little bit, if I can use that word. I don't think she would want to use that word, but she told me something very interesting. She said that a lot of bills she worked on and did not put her name on it, did not let people know she was working on it, to stay in the background a little bit. That is a sea change from the sort of blustering part of many of these progressives who were first elected back in 2018 and 2020.
Well, it's a sea change for her, and it's certainly probably an indication that things may not be the way she necessarily would like them to be in her own district and with her colleagues nationally. Remember, she has been able to raise an extraordinary amount of money to try to elect people around the country that would join with the squad, her group of people. And frankly, she's not been very successful, which is a reminder to her that there are limitations even to celebrity.
And what have they learned, do you think? Because, you know, they could have done a lot more. Mr. Biden could have had a lot more done had they had a little more support.
They learned that Nancy Pelosi has tremendous courage and conviction, and that you can fight people who've actually been at this for a long time and understand how it works. They also learned that sometimes celebrity backfires, that people don't like it. And they also learned that just because you're young and smart doesn't mean that you can win every battle, or even some of them.
Well, let's talk about what that means for the next Congress. And let's just assume that Republicans take over the Congress, because they're just the math seems to be beyond any kind of challenge for that so far anyway. And we could be wrong by the time the polls close, but let's just assume that. Esther Fuchs, a professor of political science at Columbia and a former advisor to Mayor Bloomberg, said that it's going to be chaos because the Republicans taking over have already said they're just going to go after investigating the Democrats. Where are we going to stand for not getting things done in the country, and how divided are we before we can get this back?
Well, generally, when we have divided government, we don't get anything done at all, or it's very hard. I mean, Bill Clinton reached across the aisle to make things happen. Barack Obama couldn't. They were not going to help him. The issue here will be, can the Republicans, who are going to control both chambers of the Congress likely, get together to force the president to do things? Well, they probably can. But what is it that they're going to be doing? They will run roughshod over the Democrats. They do want to get the White House back in 2024, and they want to hold on to both chambers. They're going to do whatever they can to make sure that happens.
Let's talk about the other chamber, the Senate. You can see the screen, right, of what numbers we're putting up?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up first what's happening in Georgia right now. Let's take a look at that if we could. Georgia results. Warnock with 51% of the votes. Herschel Walker with 47%. That's 47% of the expected vote reporting so far. What's the status of that? What does that vote tell you right now?
It tells us that if Warnock doesn't stay above 50%, there's going to be a runoff. And if there's a runoff, well, he might win that anyway. But it also tells you that the governor at this point in Georgia did not have the coattails to pull Herschel Walker through. But it's still a very close race because less than 50% of the total tally is in.
Well, as you were talking, Hank, Warnock just went to 50% and Walker went to 48%. Again, and that's an interesting thing for Georgia. If you don't get above 50%, right, or if you just get at 50%, both are 50, then there's a new election, right? And it happens in December, is that right?
Yep, it happens 4 weeks from now. Look, if Warnock does not get above 50%, it's not a good day for Warnock. You know, again, the Republicans are going to do whatever they have to do to win that seat, because that could, if all things are equal, decide the control of the Senate. But, you know, the way things are going around the country, that may not be the decider. There are several other incumbents in trouble, and there are several other opportunities the Republicans have.
Let's talk about the open seat then in Pennsylvania next, if we could. Fetterman, 79%, Oz with 19%, but it's only 8% of the vote reporting, so it's not valid yet. How close a race is this going to be?
It's supposed to be close. It's Fetterman's disabilities caused by his present illness, his stroke, that he may be able to overcome, versus Oz, who's seen as a carpetbagger. The question in Pennsylvania is frankly going to be the same one in New York and other places. Do African-American voters turn out for Fetterman, or don't they in Philadelphia in that case? And that could make the big difference in what the outcome is of that race. And we don't know whether that is true or not true yet. We're going to have the same problem in New York for Governor Hochul in the battle against Lee Zeldin. Do African-American voters come out with intensity and deliver that vote to that office to the Democrats?
Final question. I just saw an exit poll by ABC News, and it said that half the voters in Pennsylvania say Fetterman, they're not worried about his medical condition, and they seem to think he's getting better. How big a deal was this?
That's a very big deal. It tells you that people in Pennsylvania are very fair. It also tells you that Oz should not necessarily bank on putting the Bible under his hand and raising his right hand to do anything come January 1st.
Finally, Hank, last question. Donald Trump spoke at a rally yesterday, said he didn't want to be the center of attention, even though he did it on election eve. He's going to announce his candidacy, it appears, a week from tomorrow. What's that going to do to this whole field?
It's going to make the world a crazier place. He's going to create chaos. Look, he's going to win a lot of races tonight. He's going to say he won them. Why? It's his endorsement, his candidates. It's going to give him stature within the party. And frankly, that stature was really one of fear, that if you fool with him, who knows what can happen to your employment.
Hank Scheinkoff, as always, thank you for your experience and insight, and we'll talk to you a little later as we go through the night.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Hank. Joining us now, Terry McGovern, Department Chair, Population and Family Health, Columbia University School of Public Health. Terry, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Are you okay? Can you see me?
Yes, can you see me?
There, I can see you right now. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your insight. You know what? You're a professor of health, family health, and public health at Columbia. We didn't hear a lot about health as an issue, and it's a big issue. How disappointed were you?
Well, I mean, I think we are hearing about it in that, there's this interesting contradiction in that the very strong anti-choice or anti-abortion candidates are also pretty much consistently voting against any investment in health, and particularly women and children's health. So you see the states with the strongest bans on abortion have the worst maternal child health outcomes. So it's very worrisome that we're not hearing more about their positions on these issues. But it's also true that you see whenever abortion is specifically asked about, as in the case of ballot initiatives like Kansas, there's pretty consistent voting in favor of keeping abortion legal. And that certainly matches the polling. So we see a lot of tension and contradictions in the positions of the candidates.
Listen, the issues in a campaign like this, all these campaigns, they are broad-based. There are a gazillion of them. And yet, we were talking mostly about crime because that was the one some people could just grab onto and talk about, because it is a big deal. You don't want people to be unsafe. No one wants to be that, and there's a lot of fear. An exit poll by ABC News said today, nationally, the voters they talked to said that abortion, the right to abortion, was the second most important issue next to the economy. And it's not the kind of stuff we heard during debates and discussions around politics in the last month and a half.
Yes, this is not surprising to me at all because, the kind of chaos that has been unleashed since Roe has been overturned, you have, doctors, patients, parents, everybody understanding that we've now criminalized something that is essentially a healthcare choice that is kind of riddled with complexity. So I think that there's a pretty broad consensus that this has been enormously harmful and isn't, in fact, reducing abortion at all. It's just creating all kinds of chaos and impediments. And I think the American people are seeing that.
We got about a minute left. I do want to ask you a question. There are about 5 states in this country today that are voting on stricter abortion laws. Where do we stand if they all pass?
I mean, I think, again, we have then a situation where, we have got to stick with the evidence and what the polling consistently shows, which is that people really think access to abortion is important. When push comes to shove, you really need to protect people's health care. And this is, it really does not belong in this kind of polarized debate. And again, the hypocrisy of people talking about the sanctity of life when they refuse to invest in foster care systems or maternal child health programs or programs that will keep people alive. I think we'll see, in the years to come, a real retribution for these votes.
Terry McGovern, Department Chair of the Columbia University School of Public Health. We did not hear a lot, as much as we thought we would, about the woman's right to choose. I appreciate you giving us your insight tonight and giving our viewers your insight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick break so our television audience watching ABC News coverage on Channel 7 can join us right here, along with you. We'll be right back.
'22 election update.
A busy and important election night 2022. Good evening. I'm Bill Renner.
And I'm Sade Better-Edwa. Polls in New York close in just about 3 minutes from now.
Polls in New Jersey and Connecticut closed about an hour ago at 8 o'clock. We're starting to see some of the results come in the race for governor of Connecticut. Democratic incumbent Ned Lamont facing Republican challenger Bob Stefanowski.
In the U.S. Senate race in Connecticut, Democratic incumbent Richard Blumenthal has been declared the winner.
And in New Jersey's 3rd district, Democratic incumbent Andy Kim facing Republican challenger Bob Healy.
In New Jersey's 7th district is one of the most closely watched congressional races in the country. Democratic incumbent Tom Malinowski facing off against Republican Thomas Kean Jr.
Lots of information to unpack. New Jersey reporter Anthony Johnson in Garwood, where the Malinowski campaign is watching these results very closely. AJ.
Yeah, at this point in time, the results are coming in very slowly. About 9% of the votes are in. Tom Malinowski still holding the lead over Tom Kean Jr., but a lot of districts have not yet come in yet. So we're still waiting for those numbers to arrive here. I'm inside the Malinowski headquarters. More and more people are starting to arrive here. Also over at the Tom Kean Jr. headquarters over in Basking Ridge. Both candidates are going to be waiting this one out. Just talked to somebody here at the campaign for Malinowski. They said they expect this to be a very long night. We don't know when the candidate will be here, but we have been told he will be showing up at some point this evening. This is the race that everybody here in New Jersey has been watching for the last few months. That's because this district has changed since the 2020 census. It's now more Republicans in this district than there were in 2020 when these two candidates met back then, and Malinowski won by only 5,300 votes. That's the latest live. Back to you.
Now we go to New York, and one of the races we're watching very closely is in the 11th district.
Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis running against former Congressman Max Rose, who she unseated 2 years ago.
Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is live in Staten Island at the Maliotakis headquarters. Lucy.
The future face of Congress depends on races like this. This is the 11th congressional district, the only House seat in the city that's currently held by a Republican. The incumbent is Nicole Maliotakis. She has campaigned on crime, inflation, and soaring energy costs. Her challenger is Democrat Max Rose. He has campaigned on gun control, abortion rights, and trying to link her with former President Donald Trump. The polls close in just a breath from now, and we'll be following the numbers all night. We're live on Staten Island. I'm Lucy Yang for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Lucy, thank you. And ABC News live coverage continues next.
News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
And welcome back to our special. I'm Bill Ritter, and this is special Vote 2022 coverage here on all our Eyewitness News digital platforms. The polls just closed a moment and a half ago in New York. We're going to be tracking the results both nationally and locally right up until Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock on air on Channel 7. There is so much at stake in this election, as we all know, and we have so much ground to cover. Based on called races so far tonight, right now in the House of Representatives, the Democrats have secured 77 seats, while Republicans have secured 116 seats. 218 are needed for control of that chamber. And then in the Senate, Democrats currently have 37 seats, while Republicans have 37 as well. Republicans need 51 seats to take control of the chamber. So do Democrats. Then there's the big local race everyone has been watching in New York. Incumbent Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul looking to fend off a very strong challenge by Republican candidate Lee Zeldin. We're going to begin our team coverage on that race, starting with Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett, who's live at the Hochul campaign. NJ.
That's right, Bill. This campaign got really close in the last 4 weeks. Really, you could say, since September. The question is, how did it get that way? Because the Democrats did not expect it to go the way it's gone. Helping us to talk about that and kind of deconstruct all of it is Donovan Richards, you know, the Queensboro president. Mr. Richards, how do you think the governor is doing tonight based on what you're seeing so far?
I think she's going to pull this one out. I think she has a record she can stand on. $15 billion of investment in JFK Airport. She's not new to this. She's been true to this. She doesn't need a GPS to know where many neighborhoods across our city and state are located, because from her time being lieutenant governor, she's done the work. So I'm pretty confident she's going to pull it out.
Well, the polls have closed. Tell us what you know about turnout in Queens.
Well, it was steady all day. I mean, every polling site that I went to, from southern Queens to western Queens, people were showing up and showing out, and they wanted to send a clear message that now is not a time for division. It's a time to bring our communities, our state, our city together to really move it forward coming out of this pandemic.
Mr. Richards, you know that this was not supposed to be a white-knuckle race. New York was not supposed to be a battleground for the governor. What happened?
Well, you take nothing for granted in this environment. You got to think about inflation. You have to think about crime. You have to look at many things that have impacted folks on a daily basis across the city, and anybody underestimating anything during an election season would surely lose. So I don't think Democrats took it for granted. I think Kathy has done a great job at the helm of the state. And, you know, there are many things that play into this as well. Sexism. I mean, there's no reason we should even have an election as close with someone who was looking, who wouldn't even believe that we should certify Biden's election. So there's a lot of things that played into this, but I think good will prevail tonight.
But you know that as far as he was concerned, he was relentless in attacking her on crime, particularly in New York.
Well, let me just say this. You can't criminalize your way out of poverty. You have to invest in communities, and I appreciate the governor's investments in communities of color across this state. You can lock everybody you want up tonight. That is not going to resolve crime in the long term. You have to invest in mental health, housing, infrastructure, all of those things, good jobs. That's the way we make communities safe.
Got it. Queensboro President Donovan Richards. Mr. Richards, thank you very much.
I heard some cheering, so I'm about to cheer. All right, thank you.
All right, all the best. All right, that's it from Hochul headquarters. We will come back here in a short time and give you an update. Bill, back to you.
Interesting interview with Mitch Richards. Thank you, NJ, for that. Let's head over to the Zeldin campaign. Our Sonia Rincon is covering that part of our story. Sonia.
Bill, the room is starting to fill up here in Midtown. You know, Lee Zeldin has gotten incredibly strong turnout at his rallies, and he likes to talk about how the turnout is better than Governor Hochul has had at rallies, even though she's had bigger political star power on the stump for her. But Zeldin will need to get, at least he says he will need to get at least 30% of the city vote or he won't win. But if he gets 35%, he says he will. He's been saying that New York wanted a big change and elected Republican leadership exactly 28 years ago today with Governor George Pataki. We spoke with former Governor Pataki, who is predicting a tremendous victory for Zeldin tonight, and he thinks he'll do even better.
I think we're going to see him get a higher percentage of the vote in New York City than the experts would say you need to win statewide. My concern is that upstate, you don't have that same emotional connection to the crime issue. You do in certain places like Rochester and Syracuse and Buffalo, but across the state, you don't have that same emotional concern.
There are also concerns about Zeldin that Governor Hochul has hammered throughout this campaign. His positions on reproductive rights and guns and his refusal to certify the 2020 election of President Joe Biden, all things many New York Democrats do not agree with. He needs Democrats. Hochul needs all the Democratic support she can get from the city. Both have their campaign headquarters in the city tonight, and both are hoping to declare victory here. Live in Midtown, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Sonia, keep us posted throughout this night. Thank you for that. We'll check in with you later. We want to show you a race that was no surprise at all. Senate Majority Leader, New York U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, 78% of the vote. This was never at risk. He had 2 campaign ads that he put out a lot in the last couple of weeks. Not once did he mention his opponent. They were, in that way, all about him, which was a rarity in the ads we've seen this year. Senator Schumer has been called for a win in that race. No surprise. Let's keep our coverage moving with our political panel. Once again, we welcome WIN President Christine Quinn, former City Council Speaker, and New York State Republican Chair, former New York State Republican Chair Ed Cox. Both of you join us live. I really do appreciate no surprise on Mr. Schumer, so I think we can agree on that. Let me talk. I know you heard this, and Ed, I'll start with you. I know you heard this with Mr. Pataki talking and saying that, quoting Mr. Zeldin, that he said if he can get over 30% of the vote in New York City, he could very well win, but if he doesn't get that, he won't. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, he started a year and a half ago, which is very early to start a campaign, and he's worked New York City quietly with respect to the Orthodox Jewish population, the Russian Jewish population, on the education issue, particularly with the Asian population and also the conservative Hispanic population. And if they show up, and I think they will, I think that could get him to 30% or more.
Chris, you've been in campaigns, you've run some of them, and you understand what's at stake. This last weekend, we had President Clinton, we had President Biden, we had Vice President Harris, we had the First Lady, we had Hillary Clinton. It's not exactly the kind of strategy that most Democrats would have thought your party was going to need the last weekend before the election.
Look, I don't think anybody thought this election would be this close. That said, we are not going to lose the governor's mansion in Albany. I believe that, the final kind of closing statements of the campaign, having all of those prominent Democrats be here, has made a huge difference and a big impression on the voters and reminded them how much is at stake if Kathy Hochul doesn't get reelected. And to tell you the truth, I'm not surprised on some level that it is as close as it is, because it's very hard to run for an executive position as a woman. It is much easier to hold legislative office. All of the data proves that. So that Kathy is having a harder time is not a surprise to me. But I know when she is elected at the end of tonight, closer than I would have liked, but elected nonetheless, it's going to send a huge message to women and girls across this state and country about what their possibilities are in their future.
But are you saying that people were, hang on for a second, I want to just talk to Chris about this for a second. Are you saying, Christine Quinn, that some people said it's not time for a woman, despite what the polls may have showed, and we're not going to vote for her because she's a woman?
Data shows and extensive research shows that it is harder for women to win executive office than legislative office. And we also know that voters, when it's somebody seeking a position, a person of color, a woman, LGBTQ, et cetera, they'll say one thing to a pollster and do another. Okay. It's just a fact, and it's just a reality of how much sexism is still out there.
Ed?
I would just disagree. Christy Whitman won back in '93, New Jersey, in a very tough race, and she came from behind. Could she focus on the tax issues? I think it's a question of the issues. And unfortunately for Governor Hochul, she was talking about abortion, Trump abortion. And when the voters then listened to what Lee Zeldin was saying, crime and the economy, inflation, cost of living, They said, wait a second, those are the things that really matter to me, and that's why he's doing very well.
Look, Christy Todd Whitman is the exception, not the rule. And I think when Governor Hochul was speaking about Donald Trump, it was to remind voters that you need people in leadership who are thoughtful, who are calm, who have plans, and who respect the rule of law. For example, accepting the results of the last presidential election.
And obviously a big deal.
Want that.
That's obviously a big deal. I have one last question for all you. I want to also say that Christy Todd Whitman is still sort of a Republican, but she's starting a third party. So she's sort of left the Republican Party. Let me start with you, Christina, and then Ed, you'll get the last word. Chris, do you think some Democrats may have second thoughts if Hochul doesn't win, about not having former Governor Cuomo in this race after he resigned over sex harassment allegations? Are there people having second thoughts about
they've been voting with
how
their
they push
feet,
for his resignation?
And the results
No, I don't think anyone is having second thoughts about that. Sexual harassment is unacceptable in
states and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision, we executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
Take it to the bank. He don't care what Brandon thinks at the White House. Yeah, he's fighting for the right to keep our state free. Free. Well, he's taking on the swamp and he's calling out Dr. Fauci. Fauci. He's the only one fighting for you.
congressman from New York City, has won re-election, and we just got that in. We wanted to tell you, talk about that. We also want to talk about, I don't know if you heard Annie McCormick from WPVI talk about what's happening in the Pennsylvania Senate race. If you did, I want to show you something about that race on our screen, if we could, and where it stands right now. Right now we have Fetterman with 65% of the vote, only 15% voting. 65% odds with 33%. Way too early, of course, Galen. But what's your take on this? You saw the exit poll Gary Langer put out today, saying most people said they can live with what his ailments are and that he appears to be getting better. Mr. Fetterman.
Yeah, so the Pennsylvania race could hardly be more competitive going into the night. I think our polling average at 538 showed the race just about even. And we don't have a lot of results in Pennsylvania yet, so we kind of have to look to other states around the country to get a sense of whether it looks like the polls are accurate or not. And so far, based on the results that we have in Georgia and New Hampshire, it looks more or less like the night we were expecting, which is that Republicans certainly have the advantage in the House. They have already flipped 2 of the House seats that they need to of the 5. So they are seemingly on their way to a majority in the House. But the Senate looks like it will be very close, both in Georgia and New Hampshire. We are basically, in Georgia, we're seeing a really close race. In New Hampshire, we're seeing the Democrat Maggie Hassan there ahead a bit, which is what we expected if the polls were correct.
And what are you seeing in Georgia? Can we talk about Georgia? Because it appears that Herschel Walker, was behind in the last time we talked about that. He's got 47%, 51% for Warnock. 64% of the vote has been counted and reported. So they have to get 50%. Whoever wins that has to get 50% or above. Otherwise, there's a runoff in December.
Yeah, absolutely. At 538, we create benchmarks to see, if this race were to turn out 50-50 exactly, what would the votes look like in each precinct or county or what have you. And so we can look at that and judge a comparison based on the results so far. It honestly looks like it's matching those benchmarks pretty closely. We still don't have full results, and we really have to wait to get them in order to come to any real conclusions. But it looks like this race is going to be super close, which is what we expected. We should also say that it does look like Raphael Warnock is running ahead of Stacey Abrams, the Democratic candidate for governor there. I think we should not be surprised if Brian Kemp, the current Republican governor there, wins tonight outright, gets the 50%, and isn't forced into a runoff. Whereas it's possible that Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker could be forced into a runoff, even if we don't see one in the governor's race.
Let me ask you, do you have any information about the polling you had on the governor's race in New York?
So our forecast gave Lee Zeldin a 5% chance of winning the governor's race in New York. Of course, that polling got pretty close for a blue state down the line. Yeah. It looks very unlikely that Lee Zeldin will win the governor's race at this point. It's just really hard to outrun the partisanship of a state that is as blue as New York. And as you talked about earlier, Democrats brought in a lot of the big hitters trying to boost turnout. And honestly, the only way Democrats could lose this is if Democratic voters didn't show up to vote, and that basically turnout fell off a cliff amongst Democrats. We have seen that in midterms in the past, notably in 2010 and 2014. But after the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade and bringing out those heavy hitters in the final days, that seemed unlikely. And so we're going to have to wait again till all the votes are tallied, and New York can sometimes take a very long time doing that. At this point, it does look good for Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul.
Galen Druga, I really appreciate you listening to what we've already talked about, and you made it very easy. I really appreciate it from 538.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your insight. All right, good luck to you, sir. We want to move on to a great friend of the station's, Jennifer Jones Austin, to talk a little more about some of the ballot proposals that New Yorkers voted on today. And no shocker, she has a lot of expertise in them, because if my vote is right, my calculation is right, Jen, you wrote 3 of these proposals. So let's talk about that, if you would. Congratulations, I guess, on that. Did you do any polling about what you thought what might happen today?
I was a little hesitant to do polling, but we talked to a lot of people. I didn't do any official polling, but we've talked to people throughout New York City. And what we were excited to learn today is that so many people knew to flip the ballot where they'd find 4 proposals, all centered on advancing opportunity and ensuring equity for every New Yorker. So it's not a scientific poll, but we did hear good things.
All right, we have about 2 minutes left, and here's what I want to do. I want to go over each of these things, and what does that mean? It all sounds great, but how are you going to do some of these things? You know, a statement of values to guide city government in New York, an establishment of a racial equality office, plan and commission, and measure the true cost of living. I know you don't do things that are just rhetoric. A lot of people are going to look at that and say, well, it sounds like just sort of rhetoric. How are you going to implement all this?
Well, first and foremost, it's about casting a vision for multiracial democracy here in New York City, and then it's about living into that vision. And so if the second proposal centering on establishing a racial equity office is passed, then government's going to be accountable for working with every city agency, every mayoral office, looking at data to ensure that every community has an opportunity to not only survive, but thrive, every individual, every family. And then the third ballot measure is a really concrete step in doing that, measuring what it costs to live here so that we can begin to inform policy and decision making around wages, around, you know, what supports every community, every individual, every family needs. Again, not only to survive, but to thrive. So it's really putting to the test whether or not we are a multiracial democracy and whether we're going to live into it. And it's all about holding government accountable, because government has played a lead role for so many years in standing up structural racism. This is the first time it's been done in this city, first time in the nation. And if New Yorkers vote for it, we have a chance to really begin to set a new course for the city and for the nation.
Well, we're going to find out because the polls have closed. We got about 30 seconds after I asked you this question for you to answer it. You know, you're trying to bring this city closer together. It seems like what is happening around the country with what we appear to be the trend now with the House and the Senate is a way that's going to make us a little more divided. Is that the way you take it? And how do you deal with those two conundrums?
I think so. You know, the false narratives have been carrying the day, and this centering on who we are and what we believe as a society, as a people. And so if these proposals pass here in New York City, we can reset the foundation. We can reimagine our future as a society. And then we can really live into realizing the full potential. And maybe New York City can be a model for the nation. We've got to figure out how to start unifying. Equity is about unity. It's not about divisiveness.
Jennifer Jones Austin, I so appreciate your insight. Good luck with your proposals, and we'll talk to you the next time we get together on Eyewitness News. I appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break for ABC to join us. And Sade and I will have a quick update with the latest as you look at some of the House districts that are making its way right now.
And good evening. I'm Sade Better-Edouard.
And I'm Bill Ritter. Polls in New York closed 25 minutes ago, and in New Jersey and Connecticut, they closed at 8 o'clock.
Now let's take a look at early results from the race for New York governor. Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul and Republican Lee Zeldin. Let's go to Eyewitness News reporter N.J. Burkett. He's live in Lower Manhattan at the Hochul campaign.
That's right, Bill. The Hochul party, the Lower East Side, the hall is packed to the walls. But no, the Democrats did not want the campaign to end this way. A fight to the bitter end in a deep blue state. Among the many prominent Democrats that are here tonight, Bill, is U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who predicted to me moments ago that Governor Hochul will prevail, that she will win tonight, and that the Democrats will do far better than the polls had predicted.
Governor Hochul has done a great job, as has President Biden, and I believe that the races will end in us being victorious. We will hold the Senate, we'll hold a lot more House seats than we thought, and Governor Hochul will prevail. Because not only are they right on the issues, but they are getting things done for the economy, for health care, for jobs, for education, and for public safety.
A lot of nervous energy in the room tonight. This race has been unpredictable since September. Live tonight, the Lower East Side, and Jay Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
All right, Newt, thank you very much. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Raycon live in Midtown with the Zeldin campaign. Sonia.
Well, it is definitely a festive atmosphere here with a lot of familiar faces of New York Republicans hoping to celebrate a Lee Zeldin victory. If he wins, he'll be the first Republican governor of New York in 20 years. He voted this morning in Mastic Beach, confident from the momentum of his rallies and the response to his campaign messages and how they've resonated with voters most concerned about crime.
This is going to be a historic election. We're feeling great. All the early reports is that throughout the entire state, our supporters are coming out strong today. So if we keep that up, it's going to be a hard-fought, well-earned victory.
He picked Midtown as his location to watch the results come in. As he watches the city, he says he needs at least 30% of the city vote or he will not win. 35%, and he says it's a guaranteed victory. Live in Midtown, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Sonia, thank you very much. Checking early results from congressional races on Long Island. The 1st District, Republican Nick LaLota against Democrat Bridget Fleming. Too close. There's nothing in really yet.
In New York's 2nd District, Republican incumbent Andrew Garbarino against Democratic challenger Jackie Gordon.
And in the 3rd Congressional District, Republican George Santos running against Democrat Robert Zimmerman. That's for an open seat.
In New York's 4th District, Democrat Laura Gillen facing Republican Anthony D'Esposito.
Obviously, no precincts reporting. Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager live in Baldwin with Long Island results. Stacey.
Well, hi, Bill. You know, we've been watching all of these congressional races very closely. The polls have now closed, and here in Baldwin, a lot of well-known Republicans in Nassau County have begun to filter in. You can take a look over here. You can see the room is lively. It's starting to fill up. Well-known Republicans, as we said, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, also former District 2 Congressman Peter King, who tells us he certainly hopes the momentum goes towards Republicans. They feel like last year, you know, they mobilized their base, and it's all about that turnout. But, you know, whether or not they can sway the independents, that remains to be seen. This race, one of the 4, and of these 4, 3 of them have no incumbents. So, as I said, you know, we asked Peter King about whether he thinks one or more of these seats will be part of a red wave. Here is what he had to say.
And I've been on the other side of these waves when they're against you. And I've never seen this level of enthusiasm, though, for the Republicans, the ground sign, lawn signs, all of that, people volunteering. Even also, I see very little energy among Democrats. And there's tremendous energy among Republicans.
We're back here live now, where obviously well-known Republicans will be watching these races closely. Certainly among them, Anthony D'Esposito, the retired NYPD detective and town councilman. He's the Republican here in District 4 who is running against the former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen. And we will be following it and bringing you the very latest. We're live in Baldwin. I'm Stacey Sager, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Stacey. On to the 12th District. Longtime Democratic Congressman Jerry Nadler has been declared the winner.
And U.S. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has also won.
And stay with us throughout the evening as results come in. ABC 9's live election coverage continues right here.
News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
And welcome back. I'm David Navarro.
And I'm Sandra Bookman. This is special Vote 2022 coverage here on all of our Eyewitness News digital platforms. The polls are officially closed across the tri-state area, and results, well, they are starting to come in.
Now, we will be tracking the results both nationally and locally right up until Eyewitness News at 11 on air on Channel 7. But meanwhile, we are here for you on our streaming site. So much at stake in this election, and we have so much ground to cover.
Now, based on called races so far tonight, right now in the House of Representatives, the Democrats have secured 120 seats, while Republicans have secured 180. 218 seats are needed for control of the chamber.
And then in the Senate, Democrats currently have 38 seats, while Republicans have 39. Republicans need 51 seats to take control of that chamber. Now, over in the House, we're going to take a closer look at local elections, and we begin with New York's District 17, where incumbent Sean Patrick Maloney fighting to hold on to his seat.
Yeah, he's facing stiff competition from Michael Lawler, and we already know Maloney will not be at his election party here in New York. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis live at Lawler's party in Pearl River with the latest results. Marcus?
A lot of excitement in the room, Sandra, as Mike Lawler says that Sean Patrick Maloney's decision to go back to D.C. speaks volumes about where the incumbent thinks this race is headed. You can see that he is making the rounds here throughout the room in Pearl River, and we're actually going to grab him live if we can for a second. Assemblyman, we're on live, but the early results, are you encouraged by them?
I am. I think, obviously, the results I've seen so far in Rockland County, 2-1 Democratic County. Born and raised here, lived here my whole life. We won early voting here. I feel very good about Election Day results that are going to come in tonight. And Rockland County was always critical. It's 42% of the district, and I think we are going to have a big win tonight.
Given your opponent's national standing with the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, a lot of attention on this race, a lot of money poured into your campaign. How much of a difference maker was that, or do you feel that that didn't play as part of a bigger role?
Well, I knew from the start when I got in that I needed to raise about $1.5 million into my campaign, and just yesterday we crossed the $1.5 million threshold. The outside money was always going to be critical, but as we saw in the last 2 weeks, Sean Maloney siphoned off millions of dollars from other Democratic candidates across the country to try and save himself. So outside money was always going to be a factor. There was over $20 million spent in this race, and I think we withstood it.
He's gone back to D.C. and is not back in the district or in the area tonight. Your thoughts on that?
I think it speaks volumes to his feelings about the state of the race and where voters are going to come down tonight.
All right, thank you, Assemblyman Mike Lawler, who is seeking to unseat the incumbent in the 17th Congressional District, a newly redrawn district that Sean Patrick Maloney is currently the incumbent in Washington, and he is also the chairman of that Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee in charge of getting Democrats elected, re-elected, and in fact now in danger of losing his own seat. We're live in Pearl River. Marcus Solis, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
That seat would certainly be a big feather in the cap for Republicans, no question about that. Let's go to Long Island now, where Republican Anthony D'Esposito is battling Democrat Laura Gillen for District 4 in Nassau County.
Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager is following that race. She's live from Baldwin. Stacey?
Well, hey, Sandra and Dave, you know, here in Baldwin, a lot of well-known Republicans in Nassau County have begun to filter in. We've seen Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. We've also seen the former District 2 U.S. Congressman Peter King. We spoke to him for a while. They are very closely watching the results. You can bet that Anthony D'Esposito, a retired NYPD detective and Hempstead Town Councilman, he's going to be watching the results here very closely. And over in Freeport, you have Democrat Laura Gillen. She's a 53-year-old former Hempstead Town Supervisor. She will be watching those results extremely closely as well. A very tight race. It's one of 4 races, one of 4 congressional races on Long Island. 3 of them have no incumbents, and they are tight indeed. We did ask the former congressman from District 2, Peter King, whether he felt some of these districts would turn red as part of a wave. We talked about, with him, whether he felt Republicans Republicans could sway independent voters out here on Long Island. Here's what he had to say.
I would say that from all the polling I've seen here in Long Island, also nationwide, independents definitely are going. Even the fact that suburban women, the poll says they've flipped by 27% from Democrat to Republican. So yeah, it's going definitely Republican way. The question is how much. I think it's going to be a lot, but it's not over until it's over.
That's right, and the former congressman, he also told us he's been on the other side of that wave, so he certainly understands what that is like. Once again, we're talking about 4 congressional districts up for grabs here on Long Island. 3 of them have no incumbents, so really anything goes. In this district, District 4, Biden won by 12 points, but with the redrawn districts, they favor Democrats even more, potentially by 15 points. So it's really about turnout, turnout, turnout. Can the Republicans energize their base, and can they proceed to sway independent voters? They watched what happened last year on Long Island with many, many Republicans winning, and so they're hoping for the same this year. We will, of course, keep you updated as it develops. We're live in Baldwin. I'm Stacey Sager, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Stacey, thanks so much. As we've been reporting, Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer has easily been reelected. Moments ago, he spoke just at Kathy Hochul's headquarters in Manhattan. Let's listen in.
Let's hear it for the greatest city in the greatest state in the greatest nation in the world. Now, my dear friends, I am so proud and so honored that the people of New York have given me another term to keep doing what I love, fighting to deliver real results for New York in the U.S. Senate. Listen to this. In fact, thanks to the voice of the voters, I am the first New Yorker ever to be elected for 5 terms to the New York Senate. It's deeply humbling, as it is motivating to me. And I vow to you and to all New Yorkers, I will work just as hard to make this new term every bit as impactful as the 4 that came before it, because you know why? New York is in my bones. Before I love New York was our state motto, it was my credo. I love nothing more than visiting every corner of this beautiful state, from the farms in Genesee County to the farmers market in Union Square, learning from everyday New Yorkers about their difficulties and their dreams, and then going to D.C. to do something about it. That's just who I am, and I ain't changing now.
You were just listening to Senator Charles Schumer celebrating his victory in tonight's election. We're also hearing from the Associated Press, another very important congressional race here. Nicole Malliotakis has apparently defeated Max Rose in the 11th District congressional race, according to the Associated Press.
Well, let's bring in someone to talk a little bit about that right now. From a Republican perspective, Republican strategist Jessica Proud joining us live right now. Jessica, thanks so much for being here. You just heard the news that Malliotakis has held on to her seat. What do you think that means for the party in general?
Look, she didn't just hold on to it. She's won it by an incredible margin. The fact that Max Rose, who was a former congressman, appears to have not even broken 40%, I think really speaks volumes to the huge level of turnout that she had on Staten Island and parts of Brooklyn in her district, which bodes well also for the governor's race for Lee Zeldin, who, to get that magic 35% out of New York City that you need to win statewide, you really need a strong turnout on Staten Island. So I expect this to have a ripple effect across the ticket.
Based on what you're seeing in this race and talking about some of the other races tonight, what is it that Republican candidates do you feel got right in this election cycle?
Well, two things. One, which was of huge importance to New York City, was talking about the crime issue. We, from day one, have been talking about the laws that Democrats passed, the anti-police rhetoric that has made us all less safe. And Democrats have been mocking it literally up until this past weekend. You had Bill Clinton, who came in to stump for Hochul, mocking the subway crime. Hochul, in her closing message press conference yesterday, said that Lee Zeldin was acting hysterical about the crime issue, but this was the #1 issue that voters in New York City care about. And it's baffling, truly, that they didn't try early on to change their tone on this issue, when if you look at the mayor's race last year, it was the #1 issue among Democrats in the mayor's race. So they literally, up until Election Day, have been completely tone deaf to what's going on and thinking
represented this island in Congress, always worked hard for the people he cares about here in Staten Island and in Brooklyn. I've never seen somebody work as hard as Max Rose works. And I don't mean working on the campaign trail, because we all know how tireless he was on the campaign trail, but how hard he works for the people of Staten Island. He did not have to have the title of congressman, and he served the people, represented us well when he was in the Pentagon, making sure that people were taken care of through COVID and after COVID, and that there was a plan in place. Who did they ask to help do that but Max Rose? Staten Islanders are very lucky to have Max Rose in their ranks. He has served us in Congress. He has served us in battle. He does not mince words, right? He talks the talk. He walks the walk because he loves the people of this district. And it's that love that had him run again. And it's not easy running for office, and you know, you've heard me say this before. It takes a lot of guts to run for office. And this man has a lot of guts. And he didn't do it for himself, because I've got to know him over the last number of years. He did it for his family. He did it for us. And for that, Max, we thank you. We thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, my pleasure to introduce to you to speak tonight my friend, your friend, Max Rose.
Pops, bring Miles up here. I'll run this with Johnny, Dan, yo, guys, get up here. Everyone that can, get up here. Carl, come on. So, I just called Congresswoman Malliotakis to concede the election. Oh no, I appreciate that. Don't come on. While tonight's outcome is certainly not what we hoped for, in this party and as proud Americans, we respect the outcomes of elections. Before I begin, I want to just acknowledge First of all, my family, my amazing wife Lee, Miles, good folks up here, mother-in-law, my sister. Hey, the campaigns are not easy on families at all. And they have weathered the storm now for 6 years of us fighting this good fight. To the amazing elected officials here, Chairman Cusick, Councilwoman Hanks, you are some of the most amazing leaders and elected officials I have ever seen in my life. Senator Sabino, I know you're somewhere here. Debbie, I've learned each and every day from talking to you, each and every day. Where are unions in the House? Our unions, brothers and sisters. In each of our campaigns, y'all have come out strong, but I've never seen you come out as strong as you did here. Yeah, Pops, just over there. He could only handle so much, and it's past his bedtime. And to the amazing campaign team, going all the way back to 2017, up to today, you all are the most amazing political talent I have ever seen in my life. You're going to accomplish unbelievable things. You're going to win hard races. You're going to fight for this country. This country will become more just and safe and affordable and beautiful as a consequence of the amazing work each and every you are going to do and have done. You're far too many for me to name you, but I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's a lot of fear and concern about the future of our city, our state, our entire country. And it makes these elections that we have feel like they are life and death, and in many instances they are. With our rights, our well-being, the very essence of our democracy at risk. So when we fall short, I really do understand how it's not only heartbreaking, but it's absolutely frightening. But this is not the opportunity, this is not the time to give up or to back down. One election alone does not define the trajectory of our borough, our district, our city, our state, or our country. As long as we have been a country, there have always been politicians building their power on vitriol and division. And as long as they've existed, so too have there been folks like us, just like you, who have rejected that kind of politics and have believed down to your heart and soul in America's fundamental promise. So let's not kid ourselves, all right? Democracy is totally messy. Every inch of progress that we find ourselves attaining is then preceded by false starts and failures and loss. If reaching what Dr. King referred to as the mountaintop were easy, we would already have been there. The truth is that believing in and fighting for what America can be and must be is not for the faint of heart. May I add, neither is being a Staten Island Democrat. But just put aside our despair, our collective despair for 1 second, and think about what our party's accomplished in just the last 2 years. Congress has passed the first anti-gun violence bill in a generation. We've finally committed resources to save our planet from climate change. Justin Brown Jackson sits on the Supreme Court. Bipartisanship is not dead. Russia's been pushed to the brink of defeat. We're about to embark on game-changing investments in technology and infrastructure. And certainly while we were in Congress, we fought for our 9/11 heroes, provided more money than ever in history to substance abuse during a global pandemic. We showed that this district takes a back seat to no one. For a brief moment, we had showed that we can put the country first. and that government can be on the side of working people and not just power brokers and all those we told to keep their damn money. So I know times are tough, but understand this, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, and I say this as someone who loves each and every one of you, we will get through this. We really will. The economic crisis will subside, crime will go down. We're going to find a way to repair this breach that is dividing our communities and our countries. Those who say that we haven't been in a place like this before has not read a textbook. In fact, quite frankly, our party has been in this place before. We don't win back the trust of voters with hashtags and slogans and purity tests. We do it by listening to them, meeting them where they are, and fight each and every day for the soul of this country. Woo! Eventually, we as a party are going to get back to the basics, and I have no doubt that when we do, we're not just going to win seats. We're not just going to hold on to power, but we are going to continue to fight for the people. So the forces who want to shackle us to our past, who will tear America apart just to try to hold on to political power, they may win elections. And there may be times in the future when they do again. But in those moments, that's when the best of America, that's when the best of our community will reassert itself. Because the people in this room and the people all around this country who put the country first and put the soul of this nation first, they love America. And they want to get up off the ground. They want to continue to fight. They want to continue to put us back on the path to reaching that mountaintop. A place where in America, we all are neighbors and not political combatants and not enemies. When you work hard, anything is possible. Where we can protect unions, not exploit workers. Where you can love who you love. Where your faith is protected. Where the color of your skin will not hold you back. A just America, a safe America, our America. So yes, today did not go our way. But your work was not in vain. I'm going to keep on fighting. Remember, Election Day, it's not the end. It's just ringing the bell for one round to end and the next one to begin. I'm going to keep on fighting for the greatest country in the history of the world, and I need all of you to as well. Staten Island needs you. New York needs you. America needs you. Now, are you with me? Are you with me? So thank you. Thank each and every one of you so much from the bottom of my heart for everything you do. And I'll see you at the bar.
News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening. I'm Sade Better-Noir.
Election night 2022. I'm Bill Ritter. Polls in New York closed just about an hour ago on a big projection in New York Congressional District number 11. Republican Nicole Malliotakis projected to win re-election in the race against Democrat Max Rose.
Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is live at the Malliotakis headquarters in Rosebank. Lucy?
And now, hopefully we are...
Well, Sade, the room is loud and happy after the race has been called for the Republican candidate. It looks like Nicole Malliotakis will be going back to Washington for a second term. She campaigned on crime, inflation, and soaring energy costs, and it appears to have resonated with voters. Just a few minutes ago, her Democratic challenger, Max Rose, addressed his supporters in his concession speech.
What can I bring back to the people of Staten Island? And if we have to rattle some feathers up there, I'm definitely the guy to do that, so don't worry. But thank you so much. I love you very much. PJ, I love you very much. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Nicole Malliotakis turns 42 in 3 days. Not a bad way to celebrate her birthday and a congressional victory. And of course, all these congressional races matter in the larger picture of who controls Congress. We're live at Nicole Malliotakis' headquarters on Staten Island. I'm Lucy Yang for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Lucy, thank you. Now to the governor's race, incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul facing off against Republican Representative Lee Zeldin.
Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon live at Zeldin headquarters for us. Sonia?
Bill, it is festive here. I've seen a lot of familiar New York Republicans, but I've also seen a few Democrats, or at least people who certainly identified as Democrats in the past, and that is exactly what Zeldin will need to come up with a victory tonight. City Democrats, there are his positions on abortion rights and guns and his not certifying the 2020 election of President Biden that a lot of city Democrats just could not get on board with. But his messages on crime and the economy may just be more pressing issues for some Democrats ready for the change he has promised. Still a lot of the result left to come in, and it could be a long night. Live in Midtown, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Sonia, thank you very much. Now let's go to Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett. He's live at Hope headquarters tonight. Nope.
Right down on the Lower East Side for what the Hochul campaign hopes will be a victory party. Let's take a couple seconds to look around the room, Bill. It's packed to the walls, barely any room to stand. There are at least 40, maybe 50 TV cameras here. The music, as you can hear, is pumping. And as I've said, there's a lot of nervous energy in this room tonight. Bill?
Very much. What a night. And we're going to stay with you through the night for the results of all this.
That's right. A lot of more results are coming in. ABC News Live picks up our coverage next.
This is a Vote 2022 election update.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sandra Bookman.
And I'm David Navarro. This is a special Vote 2022 coverage here on all our Eyewitness News digital platforms. The polls are officially closed across the tri-state area, and results are starting to come in.
Yeah, and the race for New York Governor, Kathy Hochul and Lee Zeldin. You see Kathy Hochul right now leading Zeldin 64% to 36% with not, what was that, 34% of the vote, Dan?
Yeah, let's go right now. We're looking at the race for governor in Connecticut with Ned Lamont ahead 54% with 20% reporting right now.
And Nicole Maliotakis, she has been declared the winner with 90%, 91% of precincts reporting. She has defeated Max Rose 63% to 37%.
Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang live in Rosebank with more on that race. Lucy.
Well, they are playing I'm Still Standing. That's her entry song after winning this election because she is going back for a second term in Congress. Nicole Maliotakis is right now, she just finished addressing her supporters. She's right now getting up on the stage. Hugs to all, and we expect to hear her victory speech in just a moment. She campaigned on crime and inflation and soaring energy costs, and it resonated with voters here on Staten Island and the lower section of Brooklyn. We are waiting for her to address the crowd and take the mic. Here we go.
How are we doing, Staten Island? You know, what an amazing night. What an amazing mandate from the people of Staten Island and southern Brooklyn. You know, like many children, when I was young, I always wondered what the meaning of my name was. And if you Google Nicole, it says victory of the people. And that's what tonight is. This is not my victory. It is truly the victory of the people. You know, we ran this race speaking to all corners of this district, and just as we served for the last 2 years, we were representing the hard-working, tax-paying American citizen in Staten Island and southern Brooklyn that just wasn't getting a fair shake. We were representing the senior citizen about to retire who looked at their 401k and saw how it was evaporating and perhaps they weren't able to retire, or the senior had to return to the workforce just to make ends meet. We were representing the police officer who puts on a uniform every single day to keep this city safe and deserves to have elected officials like the ones standing alongside me who have their back. We were representing the person trying to get by with a second job as an Uber driver, filling up their gas tank, seeing how energy prices have skyrocketed because of the anti-energy policies of our president. We were representing the good people in this district, many who are in this room today, who are immigrants who came here to achieve the American dream. People like my parents, Vera and George, who came to this country literally with nothing, except for a dream, and they wanted nothing except for an opportunity. They worked hard, they followed the rules, they did everything right, and they never took public assistance from the government. And they, like so many other immigrants that I speak to throughout this district, believe that in order for us to be a safe nation, we must have secure borders.
Are you throwing back to me? I can't hear you. Say it again. Are you coming?
I was speaking to people at the supermarket the other day, just hearing their concerns, hearing hearing what, quite frankly, the Democrats were not hearing. That they're struggling right now. That they're concerned about how much heat is going to cost this winter. That they're having difficulty paying for food for their families. That's what this race was always about stopping the disastrous policies that we've seen under one-party rule at the state level and at the federal level, and getting this country back on track. Now, I haven't been able to look at what has occurred around the country, whether we are taking back the House in Republican hands, but I'm very hopeful that we will see a balance come to both our state and our country tonight. Because it is so incredibly needed. On the federal level, my colleagues and I, we already have legislation. We have solutions ready to go. We have our Border Security for America Act. We have our Parents' Bill of Rights, because they deserve to know what their children are being taught in the classroom, and they deserve to have a right in their children's education. And we have legislation to hold accountable states and cities that refuse to allow their law enforcement to do their job. So I hope we see victories like ours all across the country. I want to thank you all for your dedication, for your support, for coming out day after day to volunteer because you believed in this movement. You believe that America is a wonderful country and that we've just been on the wrong track for the last 2 years. And so, I want to thank all my volunteers. Give it up for you guys. We wouldn't be here without you. My amazing staff, my government staff, led by my great Chief of Staff, Alex Bolton. My amazing campaign team, led by Aiden Stronggreen. And Isabella, who worked right alongside him this entire time. I want to thank all my colleagues who are standing with me, who fight the fight with me, alongside me, to make our city, our state, and our country a better place. So thank you to every single one of these great fighters who we have in office. And where are my unions, my labor organizations, our great law enforcement, fire, sanitation? Well, I know there's another big race happening in the state right now, so they may be busy. But look, I was very fortunate to have the endorsement of so many wonderful organizations and good government groups, and I thank them all for putting their reputations on the line and supporting our reelection. So with that said, I thank you all. The work just begins now, right? Because the people that I met each and every day on this trail, they've put faith in me. They put faith in me that I'm going to go back to Washington, hopefully with a majority that gives us the tools. And the first thing we're going to do is fire Nancy Pelosi. And if we can get that done, I believe there will be accountability for the Biden administration. I think America's best days are ahead. We will get this country back on track, and the work starts tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. God bless you, and God bless our great country.
So now we're starting to see what the voters decided to do today. The numbers at this point in time still showing that Tom Malinowski, he holds a lead right now by about 13 to 14 points. We'll see how much longer that sticks. We'll keep watching the numbers here at the Malinowski campaign headquarters as people stand around and wait to see what this night is going to bring. But this could be a very long night. As a matter of fact, I had one person tell me we may not know the final tally until maybe sometime tomorrow. So we'll see how this one goes. But this race here in the 7th District, everybody's been watching all across the country, and it looks like it's going to take a long time before we get a final result. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Anthony.
Joining us now, political consultant Lincoln Mitchell. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Mitchell. Surprised by anything you've seen tonight? Malliotakis celebrating a big win. Republicans expected to win big, and we're seeing some of that this evening. Any surprises for you so far?
Well, I expected Malliotakis to win that race, so I can't say that's a surprise. What surprises me is that some of the races where the Republicans need to either be closer or have put away, they haven't. So in New Hampshire, I expected Jeanne Shaheen to win, but not so easily. It looks like she's going to do that. She's going to be fine. There are a number of House seats up and down the East where the Republicans, by this point in the night, should be in the red column, and it isn't. Now, it doesn't mean they won't win many of those House seats. They probably will. But this is not looking like the big red wave that many expected. It's going to be a better night for the Republicans and the Democrats, that's for sure. But I would be surprised if they get as high as 240 House seats, which would mean only picking up about 20-25, which is not unusual for a midterm election. So this is not looking like that big of a night for them yet. That's a little surprising to me.
Are you expecting Republicans to win enough seats, as we've been talking about, tipping that balance of power?
I still very much expect the Republicans to win the House. I think that's almost a given at this point. The Senate, we'll see. Right now, if you had to bet, you might just bet on the Democrats. I mean, there's a lot of races. Looks like Fetterman, despite his health issues, will win in Pennsylvania. Georgia, we should be going to a runoff. North Carolina, while it still may go to the Republican, is much closer than, if I'm a Republican strategist, and I'm not, but if I were, I'd want to have that as a comfortable win by now. And then we move west, and, Nevada and Arizona are going to be very close, but the Democrats putting up good numbers there. So it's going to be a tough night for the Republicans to win control of the Senate. And of course, if they don't, particularly given some of these people on the ballot, you can look forward to another round of election denial and accusations of election fraud and kind of the big lie redux. And I don't think anyone really wants to see that, but that may be where we're heading.
Lincoln, at one point, I'm sure Democrats thought they had the wind at their back, from the ruling from the Supreme Court on abortion, all the testimony that was coming out of the January 6th hearings, the legal troubles surrounding Donald Trump. How were the Republicans able to kind of change the messaging and get momentum back?
Well, with regards to messaging, a couple things I would say. First, the Democrats clearly, I think, are going to lose the House tonight, but they may have stopped a big red wave. I mean, a wave means picking up 40 seats, 60 seats, like what happened when Obama was president. We're unlikely to see that. With regards to your question to messaging, inflation is a huge issue. I'm not telling you anything you don't know here or your viewers don't know. Anyone who's, put gas in their car or gone to the grocery store or shopped online or done anything in the last few months knows that. And the Republicans, even though they don't really have concrete solutions to it, lowering taxes is not a solution to inflation, but they talked about it a lot, and the Democrats didn't enough. And I think they owned that important piece of messaging. The exit poll shows that crime is not as important as many thought, and that was really a triumph of spin over reality. The biggest upticks in crime in the last few years have been in polities controlled by Republicans, many in red states and rural communities. But ginning up that fear, that's not a strategy to win swing voters, but that's a strategy to get the base out, and they may have been successful in that.
Lincoln Mitchell, thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate your insight. Lincoln just talked about the Senate race, and we want to turn to Pennsylvania's highly anticipated Senate race between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Mehmet Oz.
Chad Pradelli from our sister station, WPVI, has more from the Fetterman campaign.
The doors to this music venue in downtown Pittsburgh along the Allegheny River opened up about an hour and a half ago. Supporters of Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman have been streaming in. This place is packed.
They are awaiting to hear from Fetterman shortly. When that'll happen, the campaign won't say. They're watching the polls. But earlier today, we caught up with Fetterman as he voted in his hometown of Braddock, a small borough outside of Pittsburgh here. He waved to the cameras, but didn't talk with reporters. Now, we know this race is extremely tight and one likely to be decided by independent voters. Campaign advertisements have been running around the clock as money poured into this election. Fetterman has battled critics who questioned his ability to handle the job since a stroke earlier this year, and his performance during his sole debate with opponent Mehmet Oz only intensified those questions. But we likely won't know who wins for several days as mail-in ballots are counted and the legal fights play out over the coming days here in Pennsylvania. In Pittsburgh, Chad Perdelli for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Chad.
We are now going to be joined by political consultant Hank Scheinkoff. We're curious, Hank, just to get your take on that race in Pennsylvania, Fetterman and Oz.
It's about turnout in the city of Philadelphia. If people turn out in Philadelphia, well, then Fetterman wins. If not, who knows what it'll be. It'll be very close no matter.
You're watching this race very closely, I know, and you've been helping us out throughout the night. And by all appearances, there's a lot of momentum for Republicans to take over control of the House. But the Senate, that really is in play still very much. Do you think we're looking at a situation where the Republicans don't take control?
It's possible they won't take control. Some of these races we won't know about for a while. I mean, Fetterman is important to the Democrats. Obviously, it was a seat held by a Republican beforehand, Senator Toomey. Fetterman will be a Democrat, and if he takes the seat, there'll be a one pickup. Warnock holds on in Georgia. That keeps things stable. But there are seats that are in trouble or that have been in trouble or reported to be in trouble. Cortez in Nevada. Kelly should win in Arizona. Let's see, Vance in Ohio should win that race. Donald Trump's got a lot riding on it. I mean, you have all these races around the country that are not decided yet and will have a terrific impact on whether or not Chuck Schumer remains as the majority leader of the United States Senate.
You know, we heard someone say earlier tonight, Trump wasn't on the ballot. But how much of a factor do you think he has been in this race? And, looking forward to 2024, what happens tonight? What's the impact that will have on that election? This will have on that election.
Donald Trump's presence is all over the place. He backed Vance against Ryan in Ohio. It looks like he's going to win there. There's a whole bunch of other places where he's been active. The Oz-Fetterman thing, he was with Oz. It should have even been close, you would think about it. Oz is from New Jersey. Fetterman's a real guy. I mean, it's Donald Trump's all over the place, and his imprint on that party, that Republican Party, is very significant and looks to continue.
So let's say and we don't know this yet, but let's imagine that the Republican Party takes control of the House. What does that mean for President Biden's agenda for the next 2 years?
It's going to be very hard for him to get a lot done. Very few presidents in modern times have been able to accomplish their agendas when they've either had split governments, when one party has controlled the House or one party has controlled the Senate, one party has controlled the White House. It gets to be very, very difficult. The House Republicans are radical. They're going to want to hold on. McCarthy is not going to, the new speaker is likely to be a fellow named McCarthy from California. He's not likely to give Biden any help whatsoever. He's been a Trumpite. He wants to hold on to power. Look for Joe Biden to have a very, very difficult 2 years.
There are many people that say that the Democrats did a lot wrong in this election cycle. What does the party do now? What is the trouble with the Democratic messaging?
Well, Democratic messaging is a mess, and part of it is that the Democrats, unlike the Republicans, have a much more fractious coalition that's harder to keep together. You've got progressives, you've got African Americans, you've got Latinos, you have Asians, all in one roof, all having different kinds of agendas and needs and resource requirements. The battle is a very significant one. Who owns the Democratic Party? If labor were more strong and if labor were able to take larger control over what occurs, you would force people in that party to pay attention because there'd be someone to put them in their place, but there's no one to control them. And the progressives have done tremendous damage to Democrats, especially those who scream about defunding the police. And they're likely to certainly be a factor, can take some blame for what is happening tonight across America to Democrats in Congress.
Hank, thanks so much for your input. We love hearing from you. You've got so much knowledge when it comes to politics. Look forward to talking more later on. We're going to take a quick break. And so our television audience watching ABC News coverage on Channel 7 can join us. We'll be right back.
Thank you a lot. See ya.
From Channel 7 Eyewitness News, this is a Vote 2022 election update.
And once again, good evening, everyone. I'm Bill Ritter.
And I'm Sade Better-Inwa. We have more election results coming in right now.
Let's first check the race for New York Governor. Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul and Republican Lee Zeldin, 37% of the votes counted.
Let's go to Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett live in Lower Manhattan with the Hochul campaign. NJ?
Sade, the crowd here at or near capacity. Anybody who's anybody in New York State Democratic politics is here tonight. Kirsten Gillibrand predicted that Kathy Hochul would pull it out tonight. The biggest cheer we heard was for U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, who won his race.
We face serious challenges, not the least of which is a Republican Party tipping to authoritarianism. But as my father taught me, we must keep fighting for what is right.
Of course, whether he stays on as majority leader, still not clear tonight. Live tonight, Lower Manhattan, NJ Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
NJ, thank you. And Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon is live in Midtown with the Zeldin campaign, who is trailing at this hour.
That's right, and it's such an incomplete result that it's too soon to draw any conclusions. But Zeldin himself said earlier that he will need 30% of the city vote to win, at least 30%. He thinks with 35% of the city vote, that is a guaranteed victory to become the first Republican governor in New York in 20 years. Now, the last Republican governor of New York, George Pataki, told us he thinks Zeldin can do it.
I think there's a tremendous chance he can pull off an upset. He's run a tremendous campaign. Crime is the issue, and it cuts across partisan lines. He needs 1.5 million Democrats to come vote for him. With crime as the issue, with the mentally ill harassing people on the streets, with the economy and inflation going through the roof, I think it is a unique opportunity.
Those were issues that resonated with a lot of voters, including many Democrats here in the city. And again, Zeldin will need them. Hochul needs them too. And we just heard some cheers and roars in the crowd as more of the results come in. And it is getting closer. But again, still not enough of the result to make any calls just yet. We're live in Midtown. Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, it could be a while. Sonia, thank you. Now to the House races in the 11th Congressional District. Republican incumbent Nicole Maliotakis defeating her challenger, Democrat Max Rose. This was a rematch from 2020.
Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is live in Rosebank with the Maliotakis campaign. Lucy?
Well, Nicole Maliotakis told her supporters in her victory speech tonight that her name, Nicole, means victory for the people, and they loved it. Yes, the people have sent her back to Congress for a second term after winning the 11th Congressional District tonight. She is the only Republican to represent New York City in the House. She campaigned on crime, inflation, and punishing energy prices, and her voters responded. Here she is addressing them this evening.
Speaking to all corners of this district, and just as we served for the last 2 years, we were representing the hard-working, tax-paying American citizen in Staten Island and Southern Brooklyn that just wasn't getting a fair shake.
Before she spoke, her Democratic challenger, Max Rose, called her, then gave his concession speech to his supporters. This is the second time he has lost to her. Nicole Maliotakis turns 42 in 3 days, and that's not a bad birthday gift. We're live at our headquarters on Staten Island. I'm Lucy Yang for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Hey, Lucy, thank you. And in the Hudson Valley, the 17th district has gotten a lot of national attention. Incumbent Sean Patrick Maloney heads a Democratic effort to get his party's candidate election to Congress. He is battling Republican Mike Lawler.
The 3rd District of New Jersey, Democratic incumbent Andy Kim facing Republican challenger Bob Haley with 20% of the vote counted.
In New Jersey's 5th District, incumbent Democrat Congressman Josh Gottheimer faces Republican Frank Pallotta.
And in the 6th District, longtime Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone Jr. running against Republican Susan Kiley with 20% of the vote. Nope. We're going to keep going here.
And New Jersey's 7th District is one of the most closely watched congressional races in the country. Democratic incumbent Tom Malinowski facing off against Republican Thomas Kean Jr.
In New Jersey's 8th District, Democrat Robert Menendez, the son of U.S. Senator Bob Menendez, running for the seat left vacated at the retirement of Albio Sierras. Stay with us throughout the evening as results come in. ABC News live coverage continues right here on Channel 7, and we'll continue our local coverage on our streaming platform.
Witness News. This is a Vote 2022 election update.
We thank you for staying with us tonight on WABC NY. I'm David Navarro.
And I'm Sandra Bookman. Let's get another look at the close race for New York governor.
The polls closed at 9 o'clock, and Kathy Hochul is looking to make history by becoming the first woman to be elected governor of New York.
But her opponent, Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, has tapped into voter fears about violent crime, making it a competitive race.
Yep. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon is live in Midtown with a closer look at this race. Sonia.
And there is still not enough of the result in to make any calls, but the numbers are getting closer for Lee Zeldin, and we've heard some cheers. But again, it is still too early to make any calls on this race. It has been close, and Lee Zeldin earlier today told us he was feeling extremely good heading into election night.
This is going to be a historic election. We're feeling great. All the early reports is that throughout the entire state, our supporters are coming out strong today. So if we keep that up, it's going to be a hard-fought, well-earned victory.
And he again said that he planned to call Mayor Adams tomorrow to ask how he could help. We're live in Midtown. Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Moving along to Hochul's camp in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Hochul at one point calling herself the underdog in this race. Let's check in with Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett, who's got the very latest from the headquarters there. NJ.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. A lot of us covering the campaign thought it was amusing that she should refer to herself as the underdog. Of course, she's in a state that is overwhelmingly Democratic. We have, well, a moment ago, they announced that Letitia James had won her race as New York State Attorney General, and you can see she's about to take the stage here. The crowd erupted. That was the loudest cheer that we've heard of the evening. It's a cheer that we heard about an hour ago for U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer. Here is what he had to say to the crowd when he won his race.
We face serious challenges, not the least of which is a Republican Party tipping to authoritarianism. But as my father taught me, we must keep fighting for what is right. And God willing.
So, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, New York. I tried to calm my opponent, Mr. Michael Henry, but I was unsuccessful. No. But I'm sure that he understands the importance of accepting the will of the people. He ran a hard-fought campaign, and he should be applauded. You see, running for office is not easy. It takes sacrifice, it takes grit, it takes determination and commitment, and I thank him for his efforts. Thank you, Mr. Michael Henry. And it's with a heart filled with gratitude and pride that I stand before you tonight as the re-elected Attorney General of the great state of New York. There are so many people that worked and gave all they had to make tonight happen. First, I want to thank every New Yorker who voted. Whether you voted for me or not, you made a decision that this election was crucial, and you came out in droves, particularly in New York City. And particularly in my beloved borough, Brooklyn. Is Brooklyn in the house? So I want to say thank you to everyone who supported my campaign, whether you donated $5 or $5,000. Everyone who knocked on doors and who made phone calls, who handed out literature or talked to your friends and your family. Every elected official, community leader, union member, and faith leader throughout New York who supported me, I will be forever grateful for your support and friendship. My small but mighty campaign, Yvette Buckner, Michael Fasulo, Kimberly Peeler-Allen, Luis Miranda, Eddie Castell, Stu Lozer and team, Roberto Ramirez, Catherine Pichardo, David Mansour, Jenny Galvin, Christy Stiles, Precision Strategies, Mission Wired, Tahaka Robinson, and Miss Jenny from Brooklyn. And of course, I want to thank and congratulate Governor Kathy Hochul, Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, my buddy and friend Controller Tom DiNapoli, and of course, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It has been an honor and a pleasure campaigning with them. And of course, thank you to the staff of the Office of the Attorney General, some of whom volunteered their time at night and on weekends, all the while fighting for New Yorkers. Listen, if I can just have your attention for just 3 minutes. Shh. Shh. Thank you. Every re-election contest affords those of us who hold office of public trust an opportunity to tell voters what they have done to improve their lives, to explain how and why we made decisions, and yes, to tell New Yorkers about our accomplishments, our priorities, and our agenda going forward. But once the votes are counted and the election results are in, I believe that it also requires a period of reflection to honestly answer the fundamental questions of what can we do to make things better? How can we extend a hand to those who opposed you? How can we broaden our reach? How can we meet the political challenges we face without forgetting who we are as Democrats and what we stand for? Particularly when everything that we believe in, particularly about our democracy, is under attack. And how can we listen to those, and this is important, how can we listen to those who feel abandoned? Those with the enemy of apathy, who recognize or sometimes think that politics means nothing to them. It hasn't improved their lot in life. You see, right now, my friends, we are divided. We are polarized. And there are those on the left and those on the right, and those who have taken themselves out of the democratic process because they feel disregarded and forgotten about. We're at a crossroads, my friend, in this state, and we must choose the path that takes us forward, not backwards, while extending a reach to every corner of this state. But as we seek to heal the breach, the divide, let us never waver in our commitment and in our covenant to the Constitution and to our core beliefs. This is why I have always stood up for a woman's right to make decisions about their health. I've always spoken fiercely about the threats to our democracy and have done everything in my power to defend the promise of a state that will not yield to lies, attacks, or extremism. And I've never shied away from defending a place of refuge for those who showed up hungry and homeless because they believe in the premise of a country which welcomes people to its shores, regardless of where they come from, their color, or the language that they speak. So I remain clear-eyed that tomorrow the work continues, my friends, because when New Yorkers continue to feel unsafe in their own communities and home, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. When illegal guns continue to flow into our cities, there's still work to be done. When something as simple as your zip code determines the future of your children, there is still work to be done. And when we have a criminal justice system that has yet to address the issue of mass incarceration and the criminalization of poverty and mental illness, there is so much work to be done. And we must approach these issues, my friends, without fear-mongering. Because with tonight's victory, we sent a message that New York is ready to meet whatever challenges lie ahead, Mama Dukes. We sent a message, a shot across the bow, to the most powerful companies and people who believe that they're above the law, that they are not, and that this Attorney General will hold them accountable. We showed them that justice is not a theoretical concept to be pursued, but a reality to be enforced. And so I will just end by telling all of you that in this election cycle, we showed this nation what New York voters are made of and what our government believes in. And I know it in my heart that however many challenges we face, we can be proud that it is our goal to stand as the beacon of light for generations of people who will inherit the fruits of our commitment to build a more perfect union. This election was a call to action for us to fulfill our jobs without fear and or without favor, and with a reinvigorated sense that all is possible if you believe that we are all in this together, indivisible, one nation under God, standing up for truth and standing up for justice. My name is Letitia James, and I will serve as your Attorney General for the next 4 years. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To get ahead, we have to know what it truly costs to live here. And the great news is that New Yorkers have come out and overwhelmingly said they support these proposals. For the first time in the city, for the first time in the nation, people are centering on equity and justice for everybody. And I just want to give a shout out to the executive director, Harold Miller, and his entire hanging with us. A reality. So New York City has set the pace for the rest of the nation, what equity and justice can look like if we embed it in our foundational laws.
Well, Jennifer, you said New Yorkers have come out and they've been in support of this. The question is, did they come to the ballot box and support it? Do you have a feel for, there's a question about just how many New Yorkers turned out for this election.
So I don't have the exact numbers of how many people actually turned out, but what I am seeing, as Political has reported, as the Board of Elections has reported, and other media sources, that we've now got, in some places, better than 80% of the vote in. And it's showing that these ballot measures have not passed by a simple majority, but by an overwhelming majority. And so what that says to me is that New Yorkers care about other New Yorkers, and they want to see us all succeed.
Two of those proposals basically create some jobs. And we're in a world where so many people complain about bureaucracies that are out there already. Why can't the people who have been elected do some of the things that are being proposed in these proposals?
Well, here's what I think about this. I think that, what we've seen is that for 400 years, racism has persisted in America. Structural racism has embedded in our laws. We can look to government officials to make change, but it's only when we have these structural laws that dictate that they go about bringing about change, that we have the real promise, the real potential, that we make change and that it's sustainable. Because it can flip from one elected official to the next. One person can intend one thing and another, right? But if we say all want equity and it's embedded in our laws, then we've got to be beholden to that. And New Yorkers now, not just elected officials, but New Yorkers have said, we want equity for all. It's not just a mayoral mandate. It's not just a gubernatorial mandate. It's not a presidential mandate. It's the mandate of all New Yorkers.
Jennifer Jones-Austin, you are a dynamo. It's always nice to talk to you and hear your perspective on things. And I got a feeling we'll be talking with you again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank your friends also, the crew behind you. We bring a little life to our newscast. We appreciate it. That's going to wrap up our coverage for now. Eyewitness News at 11 begins in just a few minutes, where Bill and Sade will have complete coverage of all the races and results. And here's another look at where we stand in the New York governor's race.
Stay with us throughout the night as we wait for a winner in that race and others.
It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. This lunch break is gonna take all afternoon and half the night. Tomorrow morning I know they'll be hell to pay. Hey, but
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Lieutenant Governor, Antonio Delgado!
New York! New York! Thank you. It's late. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, look at this sight. Thank you. Thank you. I want to first just say to everybody out there who made this possible, who worked so hard for this victory, who supported our effort, thank you. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all of you, and I certainly want to thank our governor, Kathy Hochul. I want to thank, yes, Kathy. I want to thank my parents, my family, and the village that raised me, my friends, and the team that's been a part of this grind, supporting me in every single way possible. To my little guys, Maxwell and Coltrane, for always keeping me grounded and full of purpose. And of course, hey buddy, to my amazing wife and partner, Lacey. I knew from the very first moment I saw you that you were the one. It was love at first sight. You light up my world, and I would have no vision without you. Let me just say this, as I take all of this in, I can't help but think about all that New York has given to me. It starts with the two people who made me. My biological father, Tony Delgado, born and raised in Schenectady, New York, black with Cape Verdean roots. For those who are wondering, that's where the Delgado comes from. My mother, Thelma Gomez, born and raised in Saratoga, New York, black with Latino roots. And that's how you get Antonio Ramon Delgado. I love you, Mom. You are the reason why I know the power of love. New York also gave me the man who raised me, William Hill, a graduate of Syracuse University who taught me the value of education, hard work, and accountability. New York gave me my upbringing and my church family, Macedonia Baptist Church, where I spent every Sunday of my childhood. New York gave me my first love, basketball, where countless hours are played on the Central Park courts in Schenectady. New York, the birthplace of hip hop. Shout out to the South Bronx. Gave me the culture and my passion for its truth and its power. New York gave me my education, from Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School on Duane Avenue in Hamilton Hill to Colgate University in Hamilton, New York. New York gave me my soulmate, Lacey, a black Jewish girl from Ulster County who comes from a long line of New York Jews from Eastern Europe to Ellis Island to Brooklyn. New York gave me Maxwell and Coltrane, both born at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan, and now 9 years old in the 4th grade in Rhinebeck. New York gave me the opportunity to become the first person of color to represent upstate New York in Congress, and the and to do so in a 90% white and very rural district with a hip-hop album. And now, New York has given me the honor of serving as your Lieutenant Governor, the first black person with Cape Verdean and Latino roots to hold elected state office. I am New York, with all of its diversity and endless possibilities through and through. Now thinking back to that little boy in Schenectady cutting coupons for groceries with my mother while Patti LaBelle was playing in the background, it's hard to imagine that I'd be looking out at all of New York, serving alongside the governor, leading the state. But here I am, and I owe so much of this to New York. I owe my family, my career, the love of my life, my purpose, all of it to New York. And so I stand before you not as someone who is here to politic or to extract power from you. I come here to serve you, to serve this great state that has given me so much, to give you all that I got and more, with nothing but love in my heart. And I say this knowing that we as New Yorkers have so much to give right now in this moment, so much to represent in this moment. No matter what is going on across the country, no matter what the power dynamics, no matter who's in control, what party, we must continue to be a beacon of progress. New York must continue to stand up for equality. It is our state that will be that guiding light for our country in these desperate times. This country needs New York right now, protecting the rights of everyone, looking out for the most vulnerable amongst us, the marginalized, the neglected, the forgotten, the exploited, and we will achieve all of this through love. We know we face threats from an extreme and anti-democratic and divisive brand of politics growing across this country that seeks to claw back hard-earned rights. But together right here in New York, we will stand up and defend our rights, reproductive rights, voting rights, the right to have a safe community free of gun violence, and the right to access the benefits of a 21st century economy for everyone and not just a privileged few. Now listen, the road ahead is going to be tough. It's not going to be easy. Great leadership is required. And as I reflect on all that New York has given me over the course of my life, how fortunate am I to have the historic opportunity to serve along the first woman to sit in the state's highest office, Governor Kathy Hochul. I'm fortunate and blessed not just because of what she represents. That's right, you can give it up. Go ahead. I'm fortunate and blessed not just because of what she represents for all little girls and little boys like Coltrane and Maxwell across our state and the country, but also because she's the genuine article. A true public servant who leads from the heart with empathy, compassion, and great strength. She is someone who truly cares about the people. And I'm so excited to serve with her. I'm so fortunate to be able to step into this history-making moment with her and to make the absolute most of it together for the betterment of our great state, the Empire State, New York. God bless New York. God bless America. I love all of you.
Please welcome the 57th governor of the state of New York, Kathy Hochul.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, New York! Thank you. Ah, thank you, everyone, thank you. It's extraordinary. Thank you. Thank you to everyone in this room and across the state who made this night possible. First of all, my running mate, our great Lieutenant Governor, Antonio Delgado. He's incredible. And our state party chairman, Jay Jacobs, for all he's done for us. And also my running mates on the ticket this year, our Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. Attorney General Tish James, you heard from her. Comptroller Tom DiNapoli. Our entire congressional delegation, and Speaker Carl Heastie, and Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins. They thank them so much. I also have an incredible, extraordinary team of public servants who are working with me, led by Karen Persicilli-Keogh and Stacy Lynch. Thank them. My campaign team, they're incredible, led by Brian Lensmeyer, Adam Sullivan, and thousands of people across the state who knocked on doors and made the calls. And let me give a little special shout out to organized labor for all you did for me. Thank you for bringing it home. Labor, you helped us bring it home. But to all of you, I also have to acknowledge the people who've been through so much, and that's my family. First of all, New York's elected first gentleman of the state, my husband, Bill Hochul. His love for 38 years has lifted me up, and I'm so grateful to him and our children, Will and Katie, and their spouses, Christine and Matt. They've endured years and years of my absences with understanding and love. To my father and my late mother, who inspired me to go on a path of public service. And to my siblings, my 5 siblings, and particularly my only sister, Sheila, who had a special way. Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight, I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight, you made your voices heard loud and clear. And you made me the first woman ever elected to be the governor of the state of New York. But I'm not here to make history. I'm here to make a difference. And because of all of you, we'll keep making progress, breaking down barriers, breaking glass ceilings, helping New Yorkers achieve the greatness that it is capable of. And I will lead with strength and compassion, not with fear and anger. And together, we'll put our values to work to lift up all and leave no one behind. We'll build a state where families can afford to raise their children. We'll create good-paying jobs from Long Island to the city, the Hudson Valley, the North Country, all the way to Buffalo and the Southern Tier. We'll do all that, creating good-paying jobs, but also give everyone what they deserve, safe, affordable housing, because that's one of their rights. And to make sure that all of our kids will succeed in school and achieve their full potential and live in communities without fear, to have the safety to walk the streets and take our subways without illegal guns on our streets. And this will become a place, this is a place where fundamental rights are protected and women can make their own decisions about their bodies. Because this is New York. New Yorkers, I will never take for granted the trust you placed in me. And I'll tell you this, the road here from Buffalo was not always easy. Let's hear it from Buffalo. My parents started out married life in a trailer park, but they rose up through hard work and education and lifted themselves out of their circumstances. And they raised me in a strong social justice Catholic family where I was taught to fight for others. And it sparked my passion for public service. And that's why as a young mom, I ran for office, eventually being elected to every single level there is, local, county, state, federal, and now I've had the honor of a lifetime becoming the first woman to lead this state. And I have felt, thank you, I have felt the weight on my shoulders to make sure that every little girl and all the women of the state who've had to bang up against glass ceilings everywhere they turn to know that a woman could be elected in her own right and successfully govern a state as rough and tumble as New York. And yes, the glass ceiling, like the one that's above us here today, has finally been shattered in the state of New York, and you made it happen. In closing, I know it's been a long night. I feel the energy, I feel the love, but I know you all want to go out and celebrate as well. We'll get there, but it's in closing. The lessons of tonight's victory are that given the choice, New Yorkers refuse to go backwards on our long march toward progress. And we embrace the torch that's been passed to us from all those who fought the good fight years before we came here. And in so doing, we commit that we'll make that torch glow even brighter before we pass it on to the next generation. We've achieved so much in just 1 year. I ask all of New Yorkers to join me as we act with boldness and urgency and accomplish even more for the next 4 years. And I believe with every fiber in my body that our best days do lie ahead, that will capture the essence of New York exceptionalism and continue to work hard to better the lives of all. Tonight, you put your faith in me, and I will never let you down. Never let you down, New York. Thank you for your love and your support. Together, we're moving upward, onward and upward. And may God bless all of you, the great state of New York and the United States of America. Thank you, New York. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Baby, last night was hands down one of the best nights that I've had, no doubt. Between the bottle of wine and the look in your eyes and the Marvin Gaye, then we danced in the dark under September stars in the pouring rain. And I know that I can't ever tell you enough that all I need in this life is your crazy love. If I never get to see the northern lights, or if I never get to see the Eiffel Tower at night, or if all I got is your hand in my hand, baby, I could die a happy man. A happy man, baby. Baby, that red dress brings me to my knees. Oh, but that black dress makes it hard to breathe. You're a saint, you're a goddess, the cutest, the hottest, a masterpiece. It's too good to be true, nothing better than you in my wildest dreams. And I know that I can't ever tell you enough that all I need in this life is your crazy love.
How we doing? So thank you all for coming out. It's great to see you all. And first off, I just want to say thank you for, listen, we are now at the 19-month mark. We got in this race April 8th of 2021. And there's a piece of this story that is still to be told. There's over 1.4 million Election Day votes that are still out. So there's this, it's going to be a little frustrating for the members of the media who didn't want us ever to be in contention here in New York. I'm sure NBC was pretty excited about trying to call this race quickly. So, at one point, yeah, the race says that we were down 30-something, and then it became 20-something, and then it's 15, and now it's under 10. We have been crushing the Election Day vote all across the entire state. And So what's going to happen is that over the course of these next couple of hours, you're going to see the race continue to get closer and closer and closer and closer. This includes, by the way, on Long Island, you're going to see a massive victory coming out of Long Island, which will also be closing the gap. You'll also see all sorts of Election Day votes coming in from all across the rest of the state in areas that we have been doing great all day. So that's a little bit of the recap of where we're at. Obviously, we'd love to be out here when all the votes had been cast, but that's where we're at. There's over 1.4 million Election Day votes. And I want to say, use this opportunity to say thank you so much to all of you. The support all along the way. I want to thank our campaign team led by our campaign manager, Eric Amadon. Eric, you did a great job. The entire campaign staff, all of our volunteers. I can say happy birthday to my mother. Today is her birthday. Happy birthday. I want to say thank you to my running mate, and she has been amazing on the trail, running to be our state's next Lieutenant Governor, Allison Esposito. And all of the help, and it came from so many different walks of life, 62 counties. We had support coming in from Republicans and Democrats and independents. We all united as New Yorkers because we were committed to saving our state. And you poured your heart and soul into this entire effort. You were committed with a love for New York. I mean, the reality is that New York is leading the entire nation in out-migration, and New Yorkers are hitting their breaking point. And we all understood why that was. We want New Yorkers to have safe streets and safe subways. We shouldn't be passing pro-criminal laws like cashless bail. There are rogue district attorneys like Alvin Bragg who should be removed. We should reverse the state's ban on the safe extraction of natural gas and approve new pipeline applications. We shouldn't have seen all these COVID vaccine mandates where people are getting fired for what should be a personal decision of whether or not to get the shot. So listen, it's been a battle where we've been focused on ideals. We've been bringing our message without apology or regret. We came to this with passion to have a debate of ideas for a better direction for New York, and we're still totally committed towards seeing it through for the 1.4 million Election Day voters who have not yet had their vote cast and counted. We hope that as these results come in, that we'll be able to prevail, but we wanted to come out now. While the night is still a bit young, I was able to wish a happy birthday, maybe, was it just before midnight? I was able to get the happy birthday in right around midnight. My mother's birthday was yesterday, ended 5 minutes ago. I also want to say a very heartfelt thank you to my wife, Diana, our daughters, Michaela and Ariana. It's impossible to do this without family. If you want to step up into the arena and serve, you need that support at home. And there's a lot of time that is spent away. You're traveling the entire state, and Diana was, holding it down at home and taking care of these girls. This family has been all in. This was a decision that we made together as a family to make this run, and I just want to say thank you so much to Diana and Michaela and Ariana for all of your love and support every step of the way. And thank you to all of you for everything. It's meant so much to me over the course of the last 19 months. We still have a lot of work to do. The first step is watching all these votes come in over the course of these next couple of hours, especially all over Long Island. These are Election Day votes that painted New York red. And enjoy the open bar and enjoy watching the results, because what you're about to see is that this will continue to get closer and closer and closer and closer as the night goes on. Thank you all.